Signed. Assembly chamber. 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 Assembly chamber. Signed. 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 Assembly chamber. Sound. 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 Assembly chamber. Sound.
Please be seated. First item on the order paper is member statements. Usual rules applies. Call Jerry Kelly.
I rise to speak about Geraldine O'Hagan, who died from cancer just a week ago after being diagnosed in March. She was only 53 years of age, but filled her short adult life fending for some of the most vulnerable people in our society. She worked for decades in the Belfast Trust, and the last 4 or 5 years was as a family liaison senior social worker at Touchley Muckamore Abbey Hospital. I met her while working with some families who were residents in Muckamore. I know that Linda Dillon worked with her on other cases, and would not be surprised to hear that other MLAs actually knew her for her work. She was a caring, devoted and relentless champion for those most vulnerable patients and their families. She was a relentless voice for the voiceless. Highly knowledgeable, she was unafraid of hierarchies or officialdom. She spoke her mind to help those in need and empowered others to do the same. While very ill and frail, she was determined to give evidence to the public inquiry into Muckamore, and members may remember seeing her and listening to her powerful words afterwards on television. She became a part of the family she helped, and when too frail to answer all inquiries, she set up a WhatsApp group. And it was a large group, but what was notable was not just the messages to say prayers or of respect, but the outpouring of love for Geraldine. And she will be very sadly missed, first of all by her son Josh and wider family, but also by all those whose lives she touched. Hers was a life well lived.
Stephen Dunn.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today to highlight the very important issue of road safety. The sad reality that 71 people lost their lives on our roads during 2023 is truly shocking. 55 people sadly died in 2022, and 50 lives were tragically lost in 2021. Whilst these are numbers, they are much, much more. These are human lives that have been lost and families torn apart, causing grief and devastation in many homes right across Northern Ireland. To date, 30 lives have already been lost this year by the 17th of June, with a motorcyclist sadly passing away following a crash in Fermanagh last night. And I do want to express my sincere condolences to that gentleman's family. Sadly, evidence shows that more than 95% of road deaths are due to human error, careless or inattentive driving, inappropriate speed for the road or conditions, with drink and drug driving accounting for most deaths and serious injuries. And the data released just last week by the Analysis, Statistics and Research branch based here also showed very alarming figures. During 2018 to 22, 377 people were killed or seriously injured on our roads as a result of taking drink or drugs, which is truly shocking and alarming. Men were responsible for 80% of those KSI collisions, and drivers in the 17 to 49 age group were responsible for 82% of those collisions. Most alarming, over half, 55% of drink-drive KSI collisions occurred between 9 p.m. and 4 a.m, compared with 14% of non-drink driving KSI collisions. These shocking statistics are a reminder of the need for action and intervention, and I do welcome the Executive's recent approval of the DFI Road Safety Strategy just recently released. The strategy does rightly have ambitious road safety targets to improve the safety of everybody, all road users, and rightly highlights the need for joined up working with other departments and agencies who all have a role to play. Within the Infrastructure Committee, we recently heard evidence from the PSNI with Chief Inspector Sam Donaldson, who spoke in detail on their ongoing efforts to improve road safety. And one of the interesting discussion points was that no country in the world currently has the perfect solution for zero road deaths. And I think that is a reminder that we all have a role to play, and I would urge the Infrastructure Minister to continue to work with his colleagues and make every effort to make our road safety a priority. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise to make a statement at the start of Refugee Week. Unfortunately, the number of people being displaced around the world has grown rapidly during this decade. In particular, the return of the Taliban to control in Afghanistan, the brutalities of war in and around Syria, and of course Russia's appalling illegal invasion of Ukraine have led to vast numbers of people having to flee and seek refuge. Seeking refuge is nobody's choice. It is something forced upon growing numbers of families around the world. Sadly, we may also expect to see more of it, notably from sub-Saharan Africa, not least as natural resources become even scarcer due to a combination both of war and climate change. Clearly, this presents challenges in countries receiving refugees too. Contrary to what we might read on certain social media platforms, most people recognise these global issues and want to help. However, at a time of zero economic growth and public services pushed to the limit, it is perhaps understandable that people will be more inclined to want to ignore the refugee crisis and focus on issues closer to home. This year, the theme of Refugee Week recognises this. that it's about our home. This emphasises that we should not think of it as an either-or. If we feel that our public services are under so much pressure that they cannot handle a few thousand more people, the answer is that we need to relieve the pressure on our public services through reform and investment. Our home is ultimately global. In the end, we all share the same resources, the same climate and the same broad challenges. We need to be able to build a home here in Northern Ireland in which we can deliver economic opportunity and better public services for those already here, and also extend the hand of friendship to those who have been displaced from the most terrifying of circumstances. Mr Speaker, most directly here in the Assembly, we need to see the implementation of a new refugee integration strategy, which highlights the need for intercultural exchange and tackling misinformation. This would need to be delivered alongside enhanced race relations work, including the need of ending the attacks on innocent people and businesses, the like of which we saw, sadly, in my constituency last week. To this end, this morning here in Stormont we have a visit from members of the Young Syrian Voices group, hosted by Bernardo's, who have played a key role in the Vulnerable Persons Resettlement Scheme over the past decade since the brutal civil war broke out there. This work includes befriending, tips on resettlement and meeting up with others who have suffered displacement. This work is a reminder that we all need to support people coming here to make it their home. This is our planet. We need to make it more welcoming, more secure and a more sustainable place for all. Thank you.
Robin Swan. Thank you very much, Mr Speaker. Speaker, there's been much cover on social media over the past weekend about an incident in Staines in England where a police car is seen actually ramming a young calf to bring it under control, and it has started a conversation again in regards to animal cruelty. Speaker, I'm dealing with a specific case in my own constituency in regards to that, and it was only recently through investigation when I'm dealing with the council that I've actually been made aware that our DAERA Minister has actually withdrawn funding from our 11 councils to provide animal welfare services, but while insisting that those same council actually deliver those services under the regulation that is required. So while there seems to be now from the Department of Agriculture and Environment an onus on councils to provide that service, but without any financial support from the department itself. So it seems for some the issue of animal welfare is only one for social media rather than actually physical delivery. Speaker, over the last 5 years, there have only been 18 convictions under the Welfare of Animals Act 2011, despite 240 cases actually being commenced. And that's only a 7.5% rate of attrition coming through from those cases commenced to those actually delivered as well. So it does go back and it does pose the question, Speaker, as to why the Department and the Minister won't actually look back to calls that were made about establishing an animal cruelty register across these islands, something that was actually called for and supported by a number of councils across Northern Ireland: Belfast City Council, Armagh, Banbridge and Craigavon, Ards and North Down, Newry, Morningdown, Mid-Ulster, Fermanagh and Omagh, Derry City and Strabane, all supported and asked the Department actually to establish that animal cruelty register. The answer I've got back from the Minister is that if stakeholders and colleagues advocating for a register can provide additional evidence to support the establishment and operation of a register, which could include where such a register has worked effectively elsewhere, my officials will consider any such detail received. Speaker, I would ask that our Minister of Agriculture and Environment actually take this on as a proactive engagement, and rather than waiting on proof being provided to him that has succeeded elsewhere, that he actually be a leader in regards to challenging animal cruelty.
Daniel McCrossan.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. Today I'd like to raise the critical health issue which is affecting countless people throughout our communities, which is chronic obstructive pulmonary disease, or COPD as it's otherwise known. This disease knows no bounds, affecting people of all ages, backgrounds and all walks of life. It is a condition that really needs our full attention, compassion and indeed action. To date, 41,000 people across Northern Ireland are registered as having the condition, but it is expected that the figure would be much higher than that if proper detection was happening. And my own personal journey with COPD has been a challenging one, as I've witnessed how this condition has impacted on my mother's life. It has brought to the forefront the very harsh realities and struggles faced by those battling this debilitating illness on a daily basis. Her recent hospitalisation has only amplified the urgency of the situation for us as a family, driving home the importance of greater awareness for families and all of those affected, but also more support for those with COPD in Northern Ireland. I think it's important at this juncture, Mr. Speaker, that I put on record my heartfelt gratitude and appreciation to the dedicated healthcare professionals at Altnagalvin Hospital, and specifically in Ward 26, who provided exceptional care to my mother in an urgent situation that arose just over a week ago. They ensured her stay was comfortable, and their tireless and unwavering efforts are deeply appreciated by us as a family. I think it's also important that I put on record my deep appreciation to the respiratory team at Omagh Hospital and the Western Trust, and in particular to Joan Graham, whose kindness, compassion and exceptional care have been a source of great support to my family and countless others. Joan is indeed one of the unsung heroes of the health service, embodying the true spirit of healthcare and making a profound difference to the lives of everyone she cares for. This chronic respiratory condition not only impacts the physical health of those diagnosed, but also takes a toll on their mental health, well-being and overall quality of life. It is imperative that this Assembly, and indeed the Department of Health, take greater action to ensure greater resources and support are there to ensure we can support those with this disease. To effectively support those affected by COPD, we must prioritise access to comprehensive services, promote early detection and diagnosis, and ensure ongoing education and awareness by fostering a culture of empathy, understanding and proactive intervention. We can empower COPD patients to manage their condition effectively and lead fulfilling lives despite the challenges they face. It is a horrendous disease, Mr. Speaker, and there's different stages of it, and you can see it play out in countless people. The numbers are rising across Northern Ireland, and I want to thank all of those who, in our health service, do a tremendous job in supporting those with COPD in our community.
Petition.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This week we will be celebrating Refugee Week here in Ireland and around the world. The theme of this week, this year, is Our Home. During the week, awareness-raising cultural and arts events will take place all over the island. We should all take part in this special week, Mr. Speaker, as it gives us the opportunity to forge relationships and friendships with the new communities that are settling here, and to learn about the positive impact they make on life here. We all saw the progress made by right-wing parties in the European elections in recent weeks, not only in France and Germany, but here in Ireland too. There have never been so many right-wing candidates on the ballot paper as there were in the recent elections. Hatred of refugees and falsehoods about people who come here in search of asylum, that was the battle cry of those candidates. That's all they have to offer, Mr. Speaker: hatred, anger and spite. We must stand together against those viewpoints and stand shoulder to shoulder with the refugees and asylum seekers who come here in search of peace and safety. Refugee Week gives us an opportunity to do just that and give them a warm welcome. Thank you very much.
Philip Brett.
Mr. Speaker, and on Friday evening, Mr. Speaker, I had the great pleasure of joining with hundreds of people at the Mac Theatre to watch the premiere of the Pride of the Shore play, written by our very own Gary Mitchell. The play eloquently articulates the struggles being faced by working class communities in inner parts of North Belfast, but more importantly celebrates the determination and continuous work that our communities do to improve the area in which they live. The main focus of the play is the Pride of the Shore Flute Band, which for almost 40 years has been at the heart of the North Belfast community. Hundreds of people freely giving of their time over the years to improve the area in which they call home, giving a positive outlet to our young people, instilling discipline and musical attributes, and also ensuring that the mental health crisis which faces many of our communities is rightly being tackled. It was wonderful to see working class communities taking their rightful place at the heart of the cultural setting of our city, and allowed people from across Northern Ireland who may have had prejudicial or uninformed views of the vital role that our marching band communities play showcased to them in the heart of the Mac Theatre. The play runs until the 23rd of June, and I would encourage members both inside and outside this chamber to take advantage of the opportunity to see that play. It eloquently articulates the aspirations and hopes of the community in North Belfast and shows that the marching band scene within our communities play a vital role. I want to take this opportunity to pay tribute to Green Shoot Productions, who managed to bring members of the local community and professional actors together to be able to showcase this event. To pay tribute to those actors, both from North Belfast and across Northern Ireland, who played a leading role in the play, and also to the Pride of the Shore Flute Band, who continue to ensure that the cultural celebrations in North Belfast are to the fore of our community. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Sean Mulholland.
Mr. Speaker, so I rise today to pay tribute to Alex Patterson and his teenage daughter Yana, both from Ballymoney, and Alex is a 54-year-old father of 2 teenage daughters and a former youth worker. When in his mid-40s his sight began to deteriorate and he was diagnosed with cone rod dystrophy in 2019, so he is now registered as severely sight impaired or blind. He's spoken about the social isolation that this diagnosis has led to and some of the challenges that he has faced. He is a prolific campaigner around Ballymoney and beyond regarding pavement parking. And last week he walked from City Hall, where he was seen off by the Lord Mayor Mickey Murray, all the way up to Stormont, where he was welcomed by my infrastructure colleagues, Peter McReynolds MLA and Andy McMurray MLA. And Alex has now raised over £1,400 through that endeavour, and he has 3 key asks. He wanted to support the ongoing work of deaf-blind, who have been of massive support to him since his diagnosis. He wanted to raise awareness of the challenges of pavement parking and what the consequences of those actions are for those who are sight impaired, and he also wanted to highlight the impact of dogs being left off leads in public areas to those from the blind community. So I just want to pay tribute to Alex and his daughter Yana for that brilliant walk. Thankfully the weather was very kind to them, and the fact that he has raised over £1,400 for deaf-blind, and it's something for us all to be a bit mindful of in terms of where we're parking and how we're engaging in relation to members of the blind community. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
All through.
Mr. Speaker, Northern Regional College has confirmed that the college is unable to offer a Year 1 intake for electrical installation courses for the 2024-25 academic year, and that this is due to staffing and recruitment challenges. This has massive ramifications, Mr. Speaker, for the wider construction industry. With regards to electrical installation courses, these courses are usually very well regulated and they're employer-led, which means basically if a firm of 100 employees wants to recruit first-year apprentices, it's they then decide how many they should require and how many they send to the course. It's also the same for a self-employed electrician who needs an apprentice and who needs a first-year apprentice to also send that person, that young person, to the course also. So you can see, Mr. Speaker, how not having a Year 1 intake will badly damage the industry, the electrical industry, but also the wider construction industry. And I suggest that the electoral installation course may not be the only one under severe pressure with regards to taking students either this academic year or years in the future. This also has a devastating impact on those young people who this year aspire to become electricians. The electoral installation trade is a very good one. It's very well paid. It's hard work, but it's a very good trade to have. And for young people, especially from working class areas, a trade may be the only way that they can get reliable and good wages. So this is going to have a devastating effect, not only in my constituency of Northampton, but wider afield in the Northern Regional College areas and catchment areas. So I would ask the Minister for Economy to look into this, to step in if need be, and to ensure that this challenge of staffing and recruitment does not happen again and can be rescued for this forthcoming academic year. Thank you.
Jim Alister.
Speaker, last week the electors in the Irish Republic delivered a very timely rejection of Sinn Féin, cut that party down to size. And then on Saturday, their front organisation, Ireland's Future, had the disappointment of seeing more empty seats than filled seats at their latest jamboree in Belfast. Some were unable to attend, it seems. The Allowance leader, Mrs. Naomi Long, had more important business. She had to ride the ghost train in Portrush. Maybe, of course, it was really because she didn't want to frighten unionist-minded voters in East Belfast. But unionists in Northern Ireland know and understand what the aggressive agenda of Ireland's Future is about. But there's something far more insidious in terms of building that same All-Ireland. And that is, yes, the protocol. Because the protocol is now the dynamo driving an All-Ireland creation economy. A dynamo which is fired by the fact that over 300 areas of law, many of which should rest with this House, but which touch upon our agri-food industry, upon our trade, upon much of our environment and our economy, are now areas of law identical to those, the same laws in the Irish Republic, now provided by a foreign parliament. And that, of course, is the intended mechanism of the protocol, to build surreptitiously and on an ongoing basis an all-island economy, aided, of course, by the fact that in this House the Economy Ministry was surrendered to a Sinn Féin minister. And it is that, rather than the aggressive promotion of an All-Ireland through organisations like Ireland's Future, which presents a far more dangerous and insidious threat to this union, as well as, of course, the assault upon basic democratic principles whereby there's a disenfranchising of the people of Northern Ireland. Though we're electing a sovereign parliament, we're electing a parliament whose writ does not run on these areas in this part of the United Kingdom, because sovereignty on that has been surrendered to a foreign parliament. And that is something that I believe many unionists are alert to, increasingly so.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It is evident that this generation of young people are among some of the most informed and politically aware we've ever seen. Constant calls for change, progress and development, whether it's on social media, in protest or in youth organisations, it all serves as evidence. Youth contribution to society and politics is unfading. Through the Northern Ireland Youth Forum and the Secondary Schools Union of Northern Ireland, it is clear that young people have determination and ambition to highlight what is essential to their lives. Manifestos produced by NUS-USI and the Northern Ireland Youth Forum clearly outline key policy areas that young people are interested in and demonstrate concise, thorough plans for change. Why should these voices be overlooked by not lowering the voting age to 16? This is what I am here today to raise. We have an upcoming general election, described as a once-in-a-lifetime chance to shift the dial of power in the United Kingdom. Parties who are elected will have the futures of young people in their hands. It is a missed opportunity that we did not make sure that the voices of young people are heard, so they can have their say by lowering the voting age to 16. Young people experience the decisions of political leaders firsthand. We encounter the consequences, witness their effects, and form ideas for change. Ideas of how young people can influence change, yet they are silenced. From 16, they are given a national insurance number. They are working. 16-year-olds are given a choice to leave compulsory education, to leave home, and even join the armed forces. How can young people be allowed to serve in the armed forces yet not have a say in who or how it will be run? It is time that they are given a voice. The right to vote would empower 16 and 17-year-olds to engage with democracy, giving them the tools to influence their future through politics. The right to vote will engage 16 and 17-year-olds who have already have an interest in democracy and politics, bringing forward a whole new, informed, passionate group of voices. The right to vote will ignite conversation amongst these young people. Conversations will allow already enthusiastic young people to inspire others who perhaps are not so enthused just yet. It is with this information that I implore ministers to listen to the voices of young people, to recognise the significant impact their actions will have on the lives of 16 and 17-year-olds, and finally give them the right to vote by lowering the voting age to 16. Mr. Speaker, while I agree wholeheartedly with what I just said, those are not my words. That statement was written for me by a 17-year-old. Charlotte, from my constituency of North Down, wrote that statement for me to have her voice heard and the voices of young people in this chamber. It is time that 16 and 17-year-olds are given a vote.
That concludes member statements. Daniel McCrossan sought leave to present a public petition in accordance with Standing Order 22. The member will have 3 minutes to speak. I call Daniel McCrossan.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Can I first of all start today by putting firmly on record, on behalf of this House, our deep appreciation to all of the carers in our community that do outstanding work in looking after vulnerable family members and others throughout each and every one of our constituencies. On behalf of those carers right across Northern Ireland, we are calling on the Executive and the Department to deliver a Carers Allowance recognition payment for unpaid carers in Northern Ireland. Carers Allowance is entirely unfit for purpose, providing pennies per hour to those caring around the clock and leaving nearly half, 46%, of local recipients living below the poverty line. The inadequacy of carers allowance has taken on even greater significance during the current cost of living crisis, with many recipients in Northern Ireland are facing severe financial hardship, forced to cut back on everything but the bare essentials, using food banks, skipping meals and getting into debt. Why? Because they are caring for their loved ones and people in our communities, doing a huge amount of work and saving the current health system from collapse. While it is not only the first step in the wider reform carers allowance needs, implementing the recognition payment would make an enormous difference to local carers, putting £540 per year more in their pockets, immediately lifting 3,400 of them out of poverty. The cost of delivering the policy pales in comparison to the money carers are saving the Executive every single year. Our carers are propping up the health and social care system and keeping Stormont's budget from collapse. They deserve better than a social security benefit that systematically traps them in poverty. Delivering the Carers Allowance recognition payment won't change that completely, but it is an important starting point, and there is a significant moral and financial case for the Department to prioritise it during the rest of this Assembly mandate. It is so important that this House recognises their outstanding contribution. And today, Mr. Speaker, as I present this petition and thank Carers NI for the work they are doing and all those who signed the petition, we must put on record our deep appreciation to all they've done for the people of Northern Ireland. Thank you.
I invite the member to approach the table to present his petition. Thank you. I will forward to the Minister of Communities and send a copy to the committee. Next item of business is a committee membership motion from the Ulster Unionist Party. Clerk, please read the motion.
That Mr Doug Beattie replace Mr Mike Nesbitt as a member of the Committee for the Economy.
I call Mr Tom Elliott to move the motion.
Move, Mr Speaker.
The question is that the motion standing in the order paper be agreed. All those in favour say aye. Contrary, if any, no. The ayes have it. The ayes have it. The next item is the introduction of the Child Support Enforcement Bill. I call the Minister for Communities to move the first stage.
To move.
Clerk, please read the long title.
A bill to make provision as to the enforcement of payments of particular amounts due by virtue of certain child support and maintenance legislation.
That constitutes the bill's first stage and it shall now be printed. Next item of business is a motion to approve a draft statutory rule. I'll ask the clerk to read the motion.
That the draft damages process for setting rate of return regulations Northern Ireland 2024 be approved.
Thank you. I call the Minister of Justice to move the motion.
I beg to move.
Thank you. The Business Committee has agreed there should be no time limit in this debate. I call the Minister to open the debate on the motion.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. At the outset, I wish to advise the Assembly that I have declared a conflict of interest in relation to the personal injury discount rate on account of my husband's membership of a medical defence union. Medical defence unions have an interest in the level of discount rate as it may affect the cost of indemnity and consequently the cost of membership. In view of this, I delegated policy decisions about which of the parameters for setting the rate ought to be modified to the then Permanent Secretary of the Department. Before I turn to the detail of the draft regulations which make amendments to the statutory parameters by which the personal injury discount rate is set, I want to explain the wider context for the changes proposed. It is a well-established principle of our law that a person who is injured as the result of negligence of another is entitled to be compensated in full, no more and no less, for any future financial needs arising from the injury. This is called the 100% compensation rule. Claimants who have suffered serious, often life-changing injuries will generally be dependent on their damages award to meet their basic needs and the cost of their care. The purpose of applying the personal injury discount rate is to give effect to the 100% compensation principle. The rate is a percentage adjustment to a lump sum award of damages for future financial losses to reflect the return that can be earned from investing it. As some members will recall, in the previous mandate I brought forward primary legislation, the Damages Return on Investment Act Northern Ireland 2022, that changed the process by which the rate for Northern Ireland is set. That legislation amended the Damages Act 1996 to transfer responsibility for setting the rate from the Department of Justice to the Government Actuary, prescribe a new methodology for setting the rate, and require a regular review of the rate every 5 years. Under the legislation, the rate must be set to reflect the expected return from investing a lump sum award of damages in a prescribed notional portfolio of investments for an assumed period of 43 years, adjusted to take account of inflation, the cost of taxation and investment advice and management costs, and a further margin to take account of investment risk. The first review of the rate under the new legislative framework led to the rate being set at minus 1.5% in March 2022. The next review of the rate by the Government Actuary must commence on the 1st of July, which will align Northern Ireland with the cycle of regular reviews of the rate in Scotland. In anticipation of this, the Department conducted an exercise to determine whether or not any of the statutory parameters by which the rate is set ought to be modified, and whether there should continue to be a single discount rate or more than one rate. That exercise involved consultation with stakeholders and the commissioning of professional actuarial advice from the Government's Actuaries Department. Having considered the consultation responses and GAD's advice, the Perm Secretary concluded that 2 of the parameters by which the rate is set needed to be updated to reflect current economic projections and ensure that the rate continues to give effect to the legal principle of 100% compensation. The first of these is the measure used to take account of inflation. Currently, the legislation prescribes the Retail Prices Index, RPI. However, the way in which RPI is calculated is going to change from 2030. Both stakeholders and GAD were of the view this means RPI is no longer the best measure to use. The Department notes that many stakeholders suggested that an adjusted measure would be appropriate. For example, the Consumer Price Index, CPI, plus a percentage adjustment. However, under the current statutory framework, a single unadjusted index must be chosen. Given the choice between a price-based measure and an earnings-based measure, the Department took the view that the latter would be more appropriate because, having regard to the consultation responses, earnings and care costs are likely to make up a significant part of any damages award. The draft regulations therefore prescribe annual weekly earnings as the measure to be used for the purposes of tackling inflation. However, looking beyond the immediate needs of this year's review, the Department intends to review how the legislation makes provision for the impact of inflation, to consider the scope for providing more flexibility, including the potential future use of an adjusted index. Any such amendment would require primary legislation in the next mandate. The other modification that the draft regulations propose is an increase to the deduction for taxation and the costs of investment advice and management from 0.75% to 1.25%. The new adjustment of 1.25% is based on advice from GAD that changes the investment yields and tax rates have increased the tax costs for claimants by 0.5% on average. It is worth noting that Scotland has recently made regulations that make the same changes in that jurisdiction to those to be made by the draft regulations in Northern Ireland. This means that, subject to the draft regulations being approved by the Assembly, the rates in Northern Ireland and Scotland will be set using exactly the same parameters. I want to thank the Committee for Justice for detailed consideration of these draft regulations. I'm pleased the Committee has recommended the House should affirm the regulations. The Committee, however, also wrote to the Department noting some concerns, which I want to address today. In particular, the Committee highlighted concerns expressed about the impact of the discount rate on insurance premiums and public bodies. As the rate affects the total sum of damages payable to those who have suffered personal injuries, it will affect the liabilities of public compensators and insurance companies. It is therefore likely to be one of many factors that affect the cost of insurance. Importantly, we do not know what the outcome of the Government Actuary's upcoming review of the discount rate will be, so we do not yet know if the discount rate will go up or down or stay the same. However, the impact of changes in the rate for defendants, insurers and other compensators is not something that can or should be taken into account when the Department and this House consider the need for modifications to the parameters for setting the rate. The cost to insurers and the Health and Social Care Service flows from the liability of defendants to compensate claimants in full. To be clear, the only factors that are relevant for the setting of the rate are those that relate to the expected return on investment. The changes to the statutory methodology proposed in the draft regulations reflect updated economic projections since the rate was last set and are the best means by which the legal principle of 100% compensation will continue to be protected. I therefore commend the draft damages process for setting the rate of return regulations Northern Ireland to the Assembly. Thank you.
Thank you, Minister. Can I call on Joanne Bunting, please?
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker. As Chairman of the Committee for Justice, I welcome the opportunity to speak on this motion and declare that I have an immediate family member who works in the legal profession. As the Minister outlined, the draft statutory rule before us today will make changes to the statutory methodology by which the Government Actuary has to set the personal injury discount rate for Northern Ireland. The Committee took its time scrutinising the proposal for the statutory rule. In addition to considering a number of papers from the Department of Justice, the Committee scheduled 2 oral evidence sessions and received a number of items of correspondence from stakeholders. In the interests of openness and transparency, as I informed all members in a letter issued last Friday, the Committee agreed to publish on its website the documentation it considered when scrutinising the statutory rule alongside the Hansard transcripts of the relevant evidence sessions. The Committee was first informed of the Department's intention to propose this rule at its meeting on the 25th of April 2024. The Committee was not content for it to proceed based solely on the information that it had received at that time. As a result, we agreed to schedule an oral evidence session with officials from the Department of Justice. That oral evidence session took place on the 16th of May 2024. The officials provided background information on the proposal for the rule and lots of detailed information on the methodology used for setting the rate, including the rationale for using that methodology. The committee was advised that the change from using the Retail Prices Index was necessary because the way that the Retail Prices Index is calculated is due to change in 2030, and that as a result it was no longer an appropriate method to use. Many respondents to the consultation stipulated their preference for a CPI plus model. We were advised that using a CPI plus model was not an option at this time because the current legislation does not allow for this. However, officials did state that there is a commitment to review the legislation before the next review of the discount rate in order to, and I quote, see whether it is possible to provide more flexibility on what the legislation says about inflation. Additionally, we were told that the rationale for the change to using annual weekly earnings as a measure used in allowing for the impact of inflation was based on advice from the Government Actuaries Department. After the oral evidence session from the Department, the committee agreed to write to them to emphasise that it does support the principle of 100% compensation, which was never in question, and also to ask for clarification on the modification of the standard adjustment from 0.75% to 1.25%, and to ask for more information on impact assessments as recommended by the predecessor Justice Committee. The committee then scheduled another oral evidence session, this time with officials from the Government Actuaries Department, that took place at the meeting of the 30th of May 2024. The officials outlined the role of the Government Actuaries Department in the process, including advising the Department. We were told that its advice had 5 broad conclusions: that the current notional portfolio and the period of investment of 43 years remain appropriate, that RPI is no longer suitable as an appropriate index for damage inflation, that the standard adjustment of 0.75% for tax investment costs is no longer appropriate, that the standard adjustment of 0.5% for the further margin remains appropriate, and finally, that a single rate mechanism rather than one that varies by term or indeed another factor remains appropriate. It was at this same meeting that the committee unanimously agreed that it was content with the proposal for the statutory rule, and I quote from the minutes. The committee agreed to write to the Department to emphasise that it fully supports the principle of 100% compensation and to outline a number of concerns about the proposed rule. The committee highlighted that everybody wanted a CPI plus model but acknowledged that it could not be done at this time. The committee noted the move to the average weekly earnings measure instead of RPI. The committee noted the modification of the standard adjustment for the impact of taxation and the cost of investment and management advice from 0.75% to 1.25%, that the Government Actuaries Department considers that it is appropriate that GAD is content with the assumed investment period of 43 years, that the Department and GAD are unable to consider anything beyond the principle of 100% compensation, and that GAD said that the 0.5% margin was appropriate. The committee noted that the increase is because tax paid has increased and wished to highlight that a number of concerns have been expressed about insurance premiums and the potential impact on policyholders and defendants. Concerns were also expressed about the potential implications for public bodies. It was also pointed out that Northern Ireland has the highest insurance costs compared with other parts of the United Kingdom and the Republic of Ireland. At its meeting last Thursday, the committee formally and unanimously agreed that it recommends that the rule be approved by the Assembly. I therefore support the motion on behalf of the Committee for Justice. I will now speak as my capacity as an individual MLA. The position of the Democratic Unionist Party is reflected in the position of the committee. We were conscious of the views of the respondents, defendants, claimants and stakeholders and sought to reassure ourselves over the factors under consideration around the issue as much as possible, given its technical nature. We were pleased to receive answers to our queries around CPI+, but do remain concerned with the potential impact on insurance premiums for both citizens and public bodies. However, we do acknowledge that the actuary is not permitted to take into account such factors when striking the rate. The key to this entire subject area is to ensure claimants, over the course of their lifetime or the term of their claim, receive as close to 100% as possible, no more and no less. To that end, we agreed to support the rule, having raised our questions and recorded our concerns to the Department, and on receipt of the comprehensive advice of the Department and the Government Actuary, who also informed us that through this process, Northern Ireland would likely be much more closely aligned with Scotland in terms of review timings and indeed the rate, as stipulated in the Hansard evidence of the evidence session. As a result of all of this, we are content to support the rule. Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker.
You can call on Deirdre Hargey, please.
Much. As was highlighted by the Minister and obviously the Chair of the Committee, we obviously give careful consideration of this statutory rule over a number of meetings. That did include oral evidence sessions as well, in terms of looking at the annual weekly earnings and the change to RPI, and of course modifying the standard rate of adjustments. Again, it was highlighted, and we would reiterate the concerns that we wrote to DOJ on in terms of the impact on insurance premiums. As was stated here, we know that insurance is higher here, just in terms of the geographical makeup of the north and how that impacts on premium holders, and also in terms of fully supporting, and indeed Sinn Féin does, the principle of 100% compensation. So in the context of, as was laid out by the Chair, we were limited in terms of what we can do at this point in time. There is a review which is pending, and obviously as parties and as a committee we await the outcome of that review to look at what changes or modifications will be made further. But we did agree with allowing the statutory rule to progress, and also to publish all of the documentation, which I know did go out last week from the Chair, and all the oral evidence which is now in the public domain for people to look at, and in terms of the scrutiny that we applied as a committee.
Thank you very much indeed. I call on the Minister to wind, please.
Apologies, I wasn't sure. I thought my colleague had indicated, but that's fine. First of all, can I thank the members who spoke today for their engagement. I just want to turn to some of the points that have been raised during the discussion, particularly in relation to the cost of insurance premiums in Northern Ireland, which I think we all recognise as an issue and was of concern to the committee. Clearly, Mr Deputy Speaker, there are many factors that contribute to insurance premium costs. The discount rate is just one of those factors. My department isn't in a position to assess the extent to which the discount rate affects the cost of insurance. That would be a matter for the insurers themselves. However, irrespective of that, the legally established principle of 100% compensation means that the impact on insurance costs is not something that can be taken into account in terms of how the rate is set. As a matter of law, claimants are entitled to be fully compensated, and that is the only consideration that we can take in this regard. I'm obviously not in a position to comment authoritatively on the detail of insurance costs or speculate on the extent to which the discount rate affects the cost of insurance locally, but it is common knowledge that there are a number of factors that contribute to the premium costs. Discount rate is one of those, but the number and nature of thefts here, the level of fraud and uninsured driving, number and nature of road traffic accidents, make, model of car, road safety, road infrastructure, cost of repair, levels of damages awards, number of new and novice drivers, and insurance premium tax all make a contribution to the overall picture. For historic reasons, the general damages, for example for pain and suffering, tend to be higher in Northern Ireland also than other jurisdictions. This is because in Northern Ireland the assessment of damages was in the hands of juries until about 1987. This may be a reason why insurance costs in Northern Ireland are slightly higher, but again is not relevant specifically to the discount rate, which is only applied to special damages, which are measurable financial costs and losses. It's also worth noting that the guidance on general damages has recently been updated in England and Wales and separately in Northern Ireland, and confirms continuing differences between the guidance on the level of general damages awards between the jurisdictions. If we look to, for example, house insurance, for which the discount rate has no impact, it is also higher in Northern Ireland than would be the case in other regions. And so it isn't the discount rate in and of itself that is the only determining factor, though it may contribute in some places. In closing the debate, I do believe that the proposed regulations will ensure that personal injury discount rate for Northern Ireland, when set by the Government Actuary later this year, will continue to give effect to the legal principle of 100% compensation, and therefore be fair to both claimants and to defendants. Thank you.
Thank you, Minister. The question is that the draft damages process for setting rates of return regulations Northern Ireland 2024 be approved. All those in favour say aye. Any contraries? The ayes have it. The ayes have it. The next item on the order paper is a motion on promoting on-farm investment. Can I ask the clerk to read the motion, please? Thank you.
That this Assembly believes investment in new and replacement farm buildings is essential to improving agriculture's environmental footprint in Northern Ireland. Criticises the decision to drop the published ammonia standing advice used by the NIEA to assess the air quality impacts associated with many planning applications. Recalls that this decision was made without ministerial approval or prior consultation. Notes with concern recent research conducted by KPMG on behalf of the Northern Ireland agri-food industry, which found that more stringent ammonia regulation could lead to fewer successful planning applications, a 20 to 25% decline in on-farm investment, and reduce family farm incomes by up to 38% in some sectors. Calls on the Minister of Agriculture, Environment and Rural Affairs to acknowledge that the investment in and modernisation of farm facilities will promote animal welfare and reduce future emissions. Further calls on the Minister to reject policies which constrain plans to invest in and modernise farm facilities, and calls on the Minister to place the needs of primary producers and consultation with the agri-food industry at the forefront of any new ammonia strategy.
Can I call on Michelle McIlveen to move the motion? Thank you. The Business Committee has agreed to allow up to 1 hour 30 minutes for this debate. The proposer of the motion will have 10 minutes to propose and 10 minutes to wind. All other speakers will have 5 minutes. Michelle, please open the motion. Debate.
Thank you, Mr. Deputy Speaker. And for context, I'd like to say that Northern Ireland is required to tackle ammonia to improve air quality and habitats. In Northern Ireland, approximately 96% of ammonia emissions come from agriculture. When ammonia is emitted into the air, it is subsequently deposited as nitrogen onto land and water, acting as a fertiliser. If it falls on sensitive species, this can result in damage and loss, and this is particularly the case in areas designated as special areas of conservation, special protection areas and areas of specific scientific interest. NIEA estimates that most of these designated areas and other priority habitats are receiving levels of nitrogen which are significantly above their critical load, the concentration at which damage occurs. Because of this, DAERA wishes to reduce emissions to protect these habitats to allow them to comply with their legal biodiversity obligations. Set against that, food and drink production is worth £6 million to the Northern Ireland economy. It's our largest manufacturing sector and supports a workforce of around 113,000 and served by a range of other sectors such as transport, animal health and construction. It should not be understated how important farming is to our economy, our environment and our people. And it's for this reason that this debate has been tabled today. Our planning system is under considerable stress. One of the primary causes of this is gridlock within our statutory agencies. We are already very aware of the delays and workarounds which have taken place as a result of underfunding of Northern Ireland Water. In my own constituency, we are seeing considerable delays caused by staffing shortages in DFI's Southern Divisional Office, and we are also seeing, and this is the key part of this motion, the issues surrounding ammonia impact on the planning system. Farmers need to reinvest in their businesses and replace existing buildings in order to modernise and to meet new standards, including animal health and welfare and environmental targets. New and replacement buildings help them to improve the environmental impact in Northern Ireland. They also help the industry to remain competitive. Over-stringent bureaucracy or uncertainty in application of regulation causes delay, and this impacts on development and progress. Certainly the rules around ammonia is adversely impacting on local farmers when they apply for planning permission. The rules require an assessment to be carried out on the impact of a development on protected habitats, and NIEA will be consulted if these if there are any designated sites or priority habitats within 7.5 kilometres of the proposed project. 97% of Northern Ireland's land mass is within 7.5 kilometres of a designated site or a priority habitat. Large pig and poultry farms are required to conform to additional requirements. However, previous ammonia standing advice was suspended by DAERA following concerns raised by the Office of Environmental Protection. And in its place, NIEA have adopted an interim policy until a final policy is developed. However, this has not provided certainly the certainty or clarity that decision makers need. The reality of this issue is that for a farmer to bring an application, it could involve costs of between £10,000 to £30,000. With uncertainty and no clarity, such a spend in itself is a huge gamble on behalf of the farm business. It's been well recognised that there have been considerable delays and uncertainty in the last 7 or so years around agricultural planning applications. The Department's start-stop approach to ammonia advice has not just been frustrating for farmers, but also deeply disruptive to those with clear and legitimate aspirations to upgrade or invest in new agricultural buildings. Between the 19th of December 2023 and the 31st of May 2024, NIEA responded to 48 agricultural-related cases under its interim ammonia policy. Of those 48, 6 raised no air quality concerns, 7 did raise air quality concerns, only 4 were supported by the Department, and in the remaining 17 cases further information has been requested. I know that the Minister has accepted that a backlog of cases has accumulated since November last year, but we do need evidence of a sustained effort to deal with those cases for the benefit of all those involved. It is alarming that out of 48 relevant planning cases dealt with by NIEA between December and the end of May this year, only 4 have been given the green light. Farmers find themselves in an almost impossible position. They're having targets placed upon them, struggling to remain competitive, but the Department, which should be stepping up and helping to assist either in funding or in a workable, pragmatic and clear policy. If we take, for example, a pig unit built in the 1980s, this would not have been subject to current environmental regulation. A farmer may want to invest to improve that, but he's faced with a gamble in the planning system, and he's also faced with a lack of funding to drive innovation. Even setting aside the contradiction in how the current policy undermines the transition to net zero, it's clear that complexity and delays in securing planning permission for new buildings and technologies degrades the ability of our farm businesses and agri-food firms to compete at a time of great volatility and high input costs. Furthermore, we all want to see health and safety improvement in agriculture and on farms. Yet too often, these aims are stifled by the gridlock around ammonia. In addition to this, there are concerns about what the replacement policy coming from the Department will be. That pig farmer's proposal may improve his emissions by 50%, which would be a significant betterment. However, the current process impacts all farm development, including the replacement of existing livestock poultry sheds. These are treated by Shared Environmental Services and NIEA effectively as new developments. Even where improvements can be demonstrated, NIEA can still recommend refusal as they do not differentiate between new and replacement buildings in their approach. This means farmers continue to use older, out-of-date buildings. This is not helping farmers to tackle environmental issues. However, will that new policy take betterment into account? Will it recognise that economic sustainability means that environmental targets are best achieved as a journey? Where else is the incentive to move? The other concern is that the policy will be so restrictive as to indirectly result in reduction in herd sizes to meet targets rather than through innovation. Though not explicitly mandating herd reductions, an overly restrictive policy can make that the only alternative, and I would hope that this is not the path the Minister is considering. I would hope that the Minister would instead be looking at encouraging our farmers to adopt innovation and betterment. This is the only way that can keep our sector competitive and economically sustainable. Such concerns are born out of a lack of engagement by the Department with the UFU on new protocols, despite consistent and repeated offers from the sector. Last year, DAERA consulted on a draft ammonia strategy focusing on a range of measures that could be adopted on farm to reduce emissions. This was underpinned by the following ambitions: reduce the total Northern Ireland agricultural ammonia emissions by at least 30% from 2020 levels, reduce ammonia at internationally designated sites by 40% from 2020 levels. Last autumn, DAERA launched a survey to harness attitudes to investment among farmers and stakeholders. The Department is developing a capital investment measure under the new programme of farm support and development, which it claims will provide financial support to help primary producers in the agricultural and horticultural sectors. Yet since the Department and the Minister have not taken up the opportunity to discuss these proposals with most affected and those who will be required to abide by them, the primary stakeholder, no one is any clearer as to what the direction of travel is. It's important to strike a fair balance between improving farm performance and environmental performance. Can the Minister confirm when he intends to bring forward updated air quality standing advice? Will he ensure that the air quality screening that was lacking in the original decision to suspend it will not be repeated? Will he consult with the UFU on his plans? Perhaps the Minister could also look at other jurisdictions in the UK with similar stringent ammonia restrictions. In England, for example, their consideration has been given to how permitted developments could be extended to support investment, and I encourage the Minister to speak to his counterpart in the Department of Infrastructure. I would ask that he provides clarity and certainty to this hugely important sector. Help them to help him achieve his targets.
Could the member draw remarks to a close, please?
It's a fine balance between economic sustainability and environmental sustainability. At this time, it's simply unfair to expect foreign businesses to be able to make informed decisions where that clarity does not exist.
Thank you. And I call on Tom Elliott, Chair of the DAERA Committee.
Chair.
I call on Tom Elliott then.
Thank you very much, Mr Deputy Speaker. I'm not speaking as Chair of the Committee, I'm just speaking as a member of the Assembly here. But I do welcome the debate here today, and I think what we all want and have something in common here, and that is that we want to improve our environment, we want to improve the air quality, and we want to improve sustainability. But we also need to ensure that we have a proactive and a positive agricultural sector as well that can provide for the many nations that it does. We rely on our food here in Northern Ireland, but our farmers here provide food for many more communities throughout Great Britain, Ireland and the European Union, and even further afield. I did note that the overall agricultural planning caseload at the end of May this year was 185 planning applications within that system. I'm not sure whether that has deviated slightly since then or not, but that was the figure I was given. And I think for some time there was quite a bit of confusion between the rules and the assessments of the Northern Ireland Environment Agency and the shared environmental services, which provided quite a lot of difficulty to the planners in whatever council area they were in to try and make sense of which of those figures they needed to accept. And just to say that the shared environmental services do not have anything, in fairness I understand, to do with the Department of Agriculture, Environment and Rural Affairs. They're a body that's engaged by the local councils. So therefore that confusion didn't help the situation. But what we have now is something that is actually stifling development and production in Northern Ireland. But at the same time, without the allowance for the replacement construction, it is proving extremely difficult. And the previous member, Ms McElveen, did indicate about the replacement or the replacement buildings, and that's something that I want to focus a wee bit on, because they are treated the same as a new building. So if you have a livestock house that's housing 100 cattle, or maybe 200 sheep, maybe only 50 sheep, maybe only 10 cattle, but it is a replacement and it fits into that criteria that they need an emissions assessment or an ammonia assessment. In other words, it's 7.5 kilometres away from a protected site. And 7.5 kilometres is quite a sizable distance if you had to walk it. Mr Deputy Speaker, I'm sure many of us would be tired by the time we got there, but just to say that 7.5 kilometres is a significant distance that those people then, and almost all of my constituency falls into that they have to make these planning applications. They no longer have permitted development rights. So they have to make their planning application and try and meet those very stringent criteria. But if those people and those farmers are making a betterment to their system, making a betterment to their construction by improved facilities that have maybe even mitigation measures to stop some of those emissions, they are still being treated as if that is a new construction. And that is a huge downfall to those individuals, because they are left with old housing that's maybe not fit for purpose for the animals and livestock that they have in them, but at the same time they cannot build a new one, because even though those mitigating measures would reduce those emissions, because NIEA are treating that the same as a totally new construction. And I think if anything that I'm asking out of this debate is that the Minister and the Department look very seriously at that particular issue, that they will at least allow for replacement where there is a betterment, and that they clearly give a significant weight to that. Happy to give way, yep.
Will the member also agree with me that the Department and the Minister should be taken into that consideration, because it's also something that's putting off younger farmers actually entering the industry as well, where they see that structures that they're about to step into, when they've been to our agricultural colleges where they're training in the best of facilities, and then coming home where they're actually being held back by the same department and able to progress and update the facilities that they've learned about and trained in.
And the member has an extra minute.
Thank you, and I thank the member for those comments, because he's absolutely right. It is hugely off-putting and it is hugely demoralising for those young farmers that are coming back from their training to all of a sudden realise that they just can't build and construct and develop the farm business as they would like. Now, we know there are restrictions, we know that there has to be restrictions, but I think this is more inhibiting the agriculture process. It is inhibiting the business of agriculture in Northern Ireland, and I have to say it's hugely detrimental to those, not only young people, I would have to say to the member, there's a few older ones as well, would like to develop and get into a better farming system that is being prohibited by the current system. I'm seriously asking that there is a look at this to resolve the issue and allow for not only sustainability in the sector, but also for development. Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker.
Can call on Declan McAleer, please.
And I welcome the opportunity to speak on this motion today. And Sinn Féin responded to both DAERA's consultations on the ammonia strategy and the future operational protocol. We support logical, practical and well thought out policies, and where necessary, legislation that will help support farmers to reduce ammonia emissions where necessary. However, we have highlighted some fundamental issues with some of the proposals in our submission to the consultation on the future operational protocol. While we support the goal of addressing the impacts of air pollution on the natural environment, we have a number of concerns around some proposed methods for evaluating and reducing ammonia emissions relating to a future operational protocol. We are concerned that a one-size-fits-all approach to ammonia reductions in farms would not be fair, effective or sustainable. Farms here vary in terms of size, stock and types of land, and any evaluation of their emissions and sequestrations must consider this. Farmers have raised concerns on the part within the operation protocol which talks about in-combination assessments of emissions. Indeed, this is an issue which I raised at the ERA committee last week, for it appears that by adopting an in-combination approach, farmers who may have invested and taken steps to reduce their emissions may still not get plan permission because perhaps neighbouring farms still have high emissions, and we feel that that there is particularly unfair. And it was touched on previously as well by the previous speakers, that in situations where perhaps a new development is proposed is treated as additional as opposed to replacing something that maybe has high emissions. And it's important that virtually the whole of the north will be impacted. It's only something like 5% or less, which isn't within the 7.5 kilometres. And we believe that that proposed approach could actually fail to achieve some of its intended outcome of reducing the money as farmers are deterred from upgrading or replacing old buildings. And indeed, one of the Minister's top priorities is the natural environment. It's clear that a reduction in ammonia is possible if financial investment exists. And we did have a very interesting fact-finding visit to the Caffrey College in Greenmount last week, and we've seen and we heard for ourselves how, if investment exists, for example, the covering of slurry tanks, the lessee equipment, for example, the dribble bars, and we actually seen the flooring in operation in the dairy farm, which separates the cattle's urine from the feces, thereby preventing or significantly reducing the production of ammonia. We can see how equipment can make a big change, but that actual farmers need the support to do this. And we also learned that in the case of the Ballynahone bog, where it has actually improved, the sphagnum and the biodiversity has improved. And one of the biggest attributing factors that was said to us during the meeting was that there's a farmer adjacent to the bog had adopted the lessee equipment. So it shows that when farmers are supported and they get the right equipment, that they can do it. However, not all the measures in the draft strategy are practical. And just going back to the equipment as well, down in my part of the world, which is mostly hill farms, there are a lot of the equipment, like the dribble bars and other types of equipment, aren't necessarily suitable for that terrain. So we need to look at all the different land types and types of farms that there is right across the north. And we believe that the threshold should be consistent across the island, given the transboundary location of a number of effective sites. And a lot of our bogs and protected areas straddle across the border, and this is a key to achieving a reduction in emissions right across the island. The agri-food strategy in the south offers a number of possibilities for increased cooperation on an all-island basis, and that should be considered by the Department. And to ensure that we can effectively, fairly and sustainably reduce ammonia emissions, any future proposals must be subject to a rural impact assessment that looks at the social and economic impacts of such measures on rural communities, and identify what proposals work and which proposals do work. And we support the motion. Thank you.
Thank you very much indeed. I'm going to call on John Blair, please.
Deputy Speaker, I am rising to speak on the motion as Allowance spokesperson for Agriculture, Environment and Rural Affairs, and I am of course also a member of the ERA Committee. The motion acknowledges, though only an outline, that Northern Ireland's ammonia levels are at an unsatisfactory level, and that the agri-sector environmental footprint needs to improve, and that's laid out clearly in the motion, Deputy Speaker. In Northern Ireland, the specifics are that the agriculture sector is responsible for 97% of ammonia emissions. Furthermore, despite having only 6% of the land area and only 3% of the population, Northern Ireland accounts for over 12% of the UK's overall ammonia emissions. Recent data from 2022 highlights the significance of these high levels of ammonia emissions, as 96% of our areas of special scientific interest have critical levels of nitrogen. These figures are alarming, to say the least. Reducing our ammonia emissions is vital if we are to improve the overall quality of our air and protect sensitive ecological environments for the adverse effects of nitrogen. Movement from the Department is of course much needed, and I know that Minister Muir will be publishing the long-awaited ammonia strategy and operational protocol later this year, which will be both evidence and science-based and will, I am sure, respect environmental obligations. This of course could have been done much sooner if the Assembly hadn't collapsed for nearly 2 years. The collapse, may I remind members, caused by the party bringing the motion to the Chamber today. However, another harsh and unfortunate reality is that our departments are facing significant budgetary and resource pressures, with DAERA being no exception, and these constraints are not assisting progress on this or other matters. Separately, I'm thankful for the update provided by NIEA during our last ERA Committee meeting, when they discussed the measures taken by Natural Environment Division over the past 3 months to address the backlog of applications. These measures included increasing staff and implementing a new, more efficient approach. The information presented to the committee, Deputy Speaker, did, however, make it abundantly clear that outstanding planning applications, those mentioned today awaiting decision, are not in themselves going to address ammonia emissions at the level required. In the discussion with the ERA Committee just 4 days ago, officials made clear that the vast majority of applications do not include significant mitigation measures. That being said, the issue we're facing with ammonia goes far further than planning application delays. There are cost-effective measures that can be introduced by the agricultural sector to help reduce ammonia, such as improved storage of farm manure, improved farm manure spreading techniques and improved strategies for cleaning livestock areas. There is much work to be done if we are to reach the UK target of 16% of reduction in ammonia levels in the atmosphere by 2030. Although Allowance supports the motion's goal of reducing ammonia emissions, it is important to note that the motion does not accurately account for our current environmental, legal and financial situation. The motion, for example, references investment and modernisation, but does not specify any of the measures, mitigations or installations vital for reduction of ammonia levels. We believe that a more comprehensive understanding of these factors is necessary to achieve meaningful and realistic emission reduction goals. So, Deputy Speaker, we will not be supporting the motion today for those reasons. We do, however, continue to hope that the agri-sector can work towards a supported just transition in ammonia and on other environmental matters. Thank you.
Thank you. And I call on Patsy McClone.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker. I in fact welcome this motion today, and I do agree that investment in new and replacement farm buildings is essential in improving agriculture's environmental footprint. However, any valid concerns the proposer may have about the farm investment and farm income can be lost in their complaint about environmental regulations. Let us be clear, and very clear, investment in farms cannot be done regardless of the wider environmental cost. We have seen the effects of policy being adopted where increased productivity is prioritised over concerns about the environment. The steady and sharp rise recorded in the levels of nitrates in Lough Neagh since 2017 has been directly attributed to the adoption of the Executive's Going for Growth strategy. The strategy was developed under the stewardship of a Sinn Féin Agriculture Minister and continued by a DUP Minister. That strategy was adopted despite the fact that Northern Ireland was already exceeding safe ammonia thresholds. And the link between ammonia emissions and water quality is absolutely clear. The British Government itself has established an international commitment to reduce ammonia emissions by 8% in 2020 and 16% in 2030 compared to 2005 levels. But instead of a reduction, unfortunately here, we saw an increase in ammonia emissions of over 11% from 2005 to 2021. Now, we all saw, those of us that were at the committee, we saw the implications and ramifications of that. We heard that from NIEA. Now, I just make it very clear myself, in those instances, and we did hear where a recent PAC case had heard, that where there is proven betterment, that can be taken into consideration. And I accept that fully. If a proposal is coming from a developer, from a farmer, that establishes betterment in the environmental quality, I accept that, and that should be what we all should be aiming for. Almost all the legally protected sites in the north are experiencing a level of ammonia, air pollution and nitrogen deposits that are known to be harmful to the habitats. The Minister and the Executive have a legal, moral obligation to protect those sites. But we have also known about the problem with ammonia emissions here for some time, and we have known that the approach being taken to address the problem was flawed. There had been an introduction of confusion and delay into the planning system, which had created difficulties for the planning authorities seeking to make well-informed, lawful planning determinations. That is a quote from the then Minister Nicola Mallon, for the Minister for Infrastructure at that time. When eventually a new delayed ammonia strategy finally went out for public consultation, the DUP had already collapsed the Executive. That's why DURA officials were left to make the decision that the proposers of the motion are complaining about. the Department introduced an interim approach to dealing with planning applications in a legally compliant way, using site-specific advice, and that's the point where we have to get to, is where that site-specific advice is proven to give a betterment. That's those situations that we need to see emerging now. Any new ammonia strategy will also need to be legally compliant. Otherwise, it raises major issues for the Department, and I welcome clarification from the Minister on that, but not only for the Department, for any approvals granted which are then subsequently found by the Office of Environmental Protection to be illegal. Now, that's not a situation I certainly want to be in and turn around in a few years' time having to represent constituents who are found to have had buildings erected which are non-compliant. That's not where I want to be, certainly not. The decision by DERA, as was outlined to ourselves, had to be made because of threat of legal action by the Independent Office for Environmental Protection. A threat of legal action hanging over the Department. I don't know how much it would have cost had the Department not taken action. And again, those of us who are concerned about public funds want to make sure that it's not spent. Those of us who sat through the RHA inquiry certainly don't want to be seeing money spent recklessly or incurring fines that are then going to be passed on to other people who did get planning permissions based on a decision which the Office for Environmental Protection found to be wrong. So I agree that investment and replacement farm buildings is essential in improving agriculture's environmental footprint, and where or if a mechanism can be established to show how betterment has been achieved, either collectively through a number of applications or individually. That process definitely has to be looked at again. So, but this motion, which in effect seeks to instruct the Minister to ignore environmental regulations to fast-track that investment, isn't the proper way forward. And I would welcome the proposers clarifying what they seek to achieve in that. Thank you very much, Mr. Deputy Speaker.
Ian Murphy, please.
Yeah, and I'd like to welcome the opportunity to speak on this motion today. My colleagues and I have engaged with grassroots farmers following the withdrawal of ammonia standing advice last December. Farmers understandably express concern that they may not be able to replace their farm dwellings as a result. As we've heard, many of my constituents in particular have had their planning applications stalled, with some applications sitting 4+ years at a huge cost. Not at the minute. A one-size-fits-all approach will not work, given the diversity of size, stock and designation of farms. And DERA must conduct a further public consultation in advance of any formal policy decision to inform the future operational protocol. The operational protocol must be subject to a full equality impact assessment and rural needs assessment. The publication of impact assessments must happen sooner rather than later. The publication of the ammonia strategy needs to take place as well. According to case studies presented in DERA's call for evidence document, technology to mitigate ammonia emissions is more effective when applied to pigs, poultry and dairy, as these farms are more intensive compared to smaller farm enterprises. Given that the Minister's top two priorities are climate change and the natural environment, I would like some clarity as to what budget the Minister intends to allocate to technologies for farmers to improve the natural environment. Furthermore, the Department must acknowledge the transboundary nature of emissions and work closely as possible with his counterparts in the rest of Ireland to tackle emissions across the island as a whole. To conclude, the Minister must ensure the approach to replacement buildings doesn't inadvertently introduce barriers to farmers decarbonising old agricultural buildings.
Thank you, and I call on Owen Tennyson.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker, and I welcome the opportunity to have this debate today insofar as that it raises an important issue and an important challenge for the agricultural sector. But I have to say I think the motion before us falls short from a number of perspectives. Firstly, and perhaps most obviously, as was referenced by Patsy McGlone, it's critical of a decision that was taken by officials in 2023 in the absence of a minister, without any acknowledgement of or contrition for the fact that the absence of an accountable minister or scrutiny body was due to the proposer's boycott of the Assembly during that time. It also, I believe, fails to attribute adequate weight to the scientific and legal evidence that we have before us that a departure from the previous standing advice was necessary, And fundamentally, I think it fails to engage seriously with the worrying trends we are seeing in terms of ammonia levels, with Northern Ireland now responsible for a disproportionate share of UK ammonia emissions. I am conscious, of course, and recognise the frustrations that exist amongst the agricultural sector and the implications that the interim advice has had in terms of planning applications. I am also equally clear, however, that we cannot simply wish away the huge challenges posed by ammonia emissions, which have a significant impact on our environment, on biodiversity, and crucially on water quality and human health. The current position is that the Northern Ireland Environment Agency will provide planning authorities with case and site-specific advice on a case-by-case basis. There is no doubt that a new ammonia strategy and revised operational protocol is required in order to give our agricultural sector the clarity and certainty that they desire and deserve. A protocol and strategy which is science and evidence-based, which is compliant, importantly, with environmental law, and which is supportive of farming that is both environmentally and financially sustainable. Of course, as others have said, that strategy could and should have been forthcoming much sooner, were it not for the endless merry-go-round of stop-start government in this place. Nonetheless, I do welcome the progress that has been made and look forward to Minister Muir publishing that draft strategy later this year. Allowance, of course, wants to see investment in a just transition for our farmers. In order to achieve that, fair funding arrangements for Northern Ireland are crucial, and I welcome the work that has been ongoing by the DAERA Minister and by the Finance Minister in terms of seeking to revise future earmarked agriculture funding. Yeah, I will indeed, yeah.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker, and I thank the member for giving way, because he raises an important issue around the Just Transition Fund. I'm just wondering, maybe the Minister can tell us when he gets to his feet if there's any progress on getting a Just Transition Fund for Northern Ireland, whether that's in agriculture or indeed any other sector as well, because it seems to be lagging behind. Deputy Speaker, I should have declared an interest in this debate as well, as a farmer.
Thank you. And you have an extra minute.
I thank the member for that intervention. I'm sure it's something that the Minister will respond to in due course. The motion talks about the need for investment, and that is true, there is a need for investment, but it fails to recognise that not all investment is equal. As my colleague John Blair has pointed out, the vast majority of outstanding planning applications in the system fail to include significant mitigation measures, and we cannot, given our environmental obligations, ignore that fact. We must ensure that the investment is consistent with environmental law. Mr. Speaker, in short, for those reasons and so many others, whilst we absolutely recognise the challenges that exist, and whilst we are absolutely committed to the publication of a fair strategy that will deliver for our agricultural sector, we cannot support this motion today in its current form. Thank you.
Thank you. And I call on the Minister, and the Minister, you have 15 minutes.
Thank you very much, Mr. Deputy Speaker, and it's a very clear and useful debate, and I thank the members for bringing this issue to the floor for discussion. I fully recognise the economic significance of the agriculture industry in Northern Ireland, and I wholeheartedly agree that investment in new and replacement farm buildings is essential to support our local farm businesses and rural communities. However, it is important that investment and development do not have adverse effects on our natural environment. I believe that we can strike a balance which allows the agriculture industry to thrive and be sustainable, while at the same time protecting our environment. The key to this is making sure that new and replacement farm buildings are designed in such a way that they deliver environmental improvement as well as supporting economic outcomes. That is why the ammonia strategy and operational protocol to assess the impacts of air pollution on the natural environment are so important. This operational protocol, also referred to as standing advice, provides a scientific basis for my department to provide statutory advice to planning authorities and other competent authorities on the potential impacts that plans and projects will have on designated sites and protected habitats as a result of air pollution. During the last year, we have learned how agriculture's footprint can extend to the environment far beyond the farm gate. High levels of excess nutrients, partially as a result of agricultural sources, was as a result a significant contributing factor to blue-green algae issue in Lough Neagh. The effect of ammonia emissions from farms is also having a negative impact on our beautiful countryside beyond this farm gate, and there is scientific evidence to support this. Ammonia is a colourless gas containing nitrogen, and it's invisible. It is released into the air as a result of many agricultural activities, and it causes air pollution. Ammonia and nitrogen can cause damage to sensitive plants and habitats, both in the areas surrounding the source of the gas and further afield. The impacts of ammonia and nitrogen on land are not as visible to the untrained eye as a tide of blue-green algae. However, monitoring of the state of our protected habitats and sensitive flora and fauna clearly shows the scale of the negative impact from ammonia on the biodiversity and health status of iconic Northern Ireland landscape features such as peatlands and bogs. Sphagnum moss, the spongy green building block of our bogs, is directly damaged by high levels of ammonia and increased nitrogen levels. Conscious that this motion was tabled and this debate was occurring today, I visited Ballinho Bog, which is out near Mahara, on Thursday afternoon. I want to thank officials for supporting that in what was extremely wet weather. And I've seen the impact that ammonia can have on our environment, and that's why I come here today and that's why I respond to the motion. The most recent report on air pollution in the UK showed that 93% of nitrogen-sensitive areas in Northern Ireland are experiencing levels of ammonia above the level required to protect sensitive species like sphagnum, as well as lichens, mosses and heather. I have previously stated that our natural environment is under significant pressure and most indicators are moving in the wrong direction. This is true for ammonia. The National Atmospheric Emissions Inventory Report shows that the annual total ammonia emissions from agriculture in Northern Ireland continues to increase and reached their highest ever level of 32 kilotons in 2021, the most recent reporting year. The national emissions ceiling regulations include a commitment that the UK will reduce total ammonia emissions by 16% of their 2005 level by 2030. For Northern Ireland, this means that our current total ammonia emissions from agriculture needs to be reduced by 24 kilotons by 2030. This is a very challenging target, and the challenge is compounded by the fact that our ammonia emissions are continuing to increase. This vicious circle must be interrupted by urgent action. Turning now to the decision made by DAERA in December 2023, which was to no longer rely on the published ammonia standard advice as the basis for statutory advice on planning applications. This decision was taken by a senior official in the department under the Northern Ireland Executive Formation Act 2022, after careful consideration and in response to a potential legal challenge by the Office of Environmental Protection. Yes, no problem. Yeah.
Minister, thanks for giving way. Could the Minister expand a little bit more on the direction from the Office of Environmental Protection, and had the Department ignored that direction, what the implications of that would have been for A, the Department, and B, for any other approvals given on the basis of the standing guidelines that were being used at NIEA prior to that direction and subsequent to that direction, if the Department had ignored that direction? And that includes for the Department and for applicants approved.
Thank the member for his intervention. The impact of essentially the Office of Environmental Protection going down the road of taking legal action against the Department, and the Department sitting on its hands and ignoring it, would have been significant. And I support the officials in the decision that they took, because ultimately what should have been happening here is it should have been the Minister and the Department to deal with this. We could have debated this issue in the Assembly, we could have considered this issue, but the people of Northern Ireland were denied that. And what we're doing is dealing with the situation now where there's ministers in post. I welcome the fact that we can debate this in the Chamber, we can discuss the merits around this, but when the Office of Environmental Protection comes a knocking, you do need to take action, and that's what officials did. As a result of the decision which we're talking about, my department, through the Northern Ireland Environment Agency, is currently providing planning authorities with case and site-specific advice on a case-by-case basis. This will remain the case until the new ammonia strategy and updated operational protocol has been agreed and are in place, hopefully later this year. The updated operational protocol will support the Department's statutory obligations to safeguard our natural environment. I acknowledge that the revised operational protocol will have implications for the consideration of new and replacement farm buildings. However, I do not believe that investment in our agriculture industry can proceed at the cost to our environment. Therefore, in response to the call made by the members, I am content to fully support farm development and modernisation of farm facilities. However, I believe the way forward is investment in modern, fit-for-purpose farm facilities which promote animal welfare and which are also environmentally compliant and reduce further emissions. To date, my department has already offered £67 million in grant support to the farming industry under the Farm Business Improvement Scheme, which is a capital support scheme. Of this, approximately £14 million, that's 21%, has been made in relation to ammonia mitigation. I intend to bring forward a capital investment measure under the new programme of Farm Support and Development, which provide financial support to help businesses improve their environmental performance. Initially, this will focus on support for technology and equipment to reduce ammonia emissions, carbon emissions and nutrient loss, and follows on from the significant support already provided by my department. I hope this, in part, addresses the concerns raised by members and also the recent research conducted by KPMG on behalf of the Northern Ireland agri-food industry. I am well aware of the potential economic impact of farm ammonia mitigation measures, which were also set out in case studies in the call for evidence on the future operational protocol. And I acknowledge that delivery of my department's statutory obligations to safeguard our natural environment and ensure sustainable development will have impacts where additional on-farm investment in ammonia mitigation measures are required. The amount of investment required will vary depending on the details of the specific farm and the specific proposal subject to consideration under the new operational protocol. However, as I have already asserted, the new programme of Farm Support and Development provides financial support to help farm businesses improve their environmental performance. And I would say on that, and there's a question from Tom Elliott to Owen Tennyson on this, I'm working with the Finance Minister in terms of the future agriculture budget for Northern Ireland, because I know that there was commitments given till the end of March next year, and obviously there's concerns about what the roadmap will be after that, and I will make announcements in the time ahead on what we're doing together as Finance Minister and as Minister of Agriculture, Environment and Rural Affairs in terms of that budget, and also then how that links through in terms of a Just Transition Fund for Agriculture, because they get the importance of these issues, and that's why Kiva and I are working together on this, because the more money we can provide for capital support around these issues, the easier the journey is ahead, and I get the importance of this, and we're working hard to address that. The specific details of the impacts on the natural environment from new or replacement farm buildings must be scientifically verified and must comply with the relevant environmental protection legislation. The new operational protocol delivers the legislative requirement to assess the impacts of air pollution on the natural environment in the provision of advice to planning authorities. The draft ammonia strategy sets out measures which show how investing in the right kind of equipment can help reduce the harmful release of ammonia into the air, even where the total number of livestock on the farm would be increased. I note that the members have called for consultation with the agri-food industry on this strategy and the needs of primary producers to be fully considered. I am content to take us forward, and I intend to build upon the consultation that has already taken place. During the public consultation on the draft ammonia strategy and a separate call for evidence on the future operational protocol, in 2023 my officials undertook a comprehensive programme of stakeholder engagement. This included public information events across Northern Ireland and further engagement with representative organisations and individuals. As a result, both the strategy and operational protocol have been developed further, and I intend to update representative organisations on the most recent developments on ammonia before the end of this month. And that's a commitment I've given to them, and we're planning in the diary. Today, I've set out how the draft ammonia strategy and the revised operational protocol pave the way for environmental protection. Rather than constraining the industry, I believe my department has supported investment in ammonia mitigation measures and the development of farm facilities, and I will continue to do this through future farm support measures. Therefore, I cannot agree to the members' call to reject the policy direction set out by the ammonia strategy and the operational protocol. I would like to close by recognising that tackling the challenge of ammonia emissions in Northern Ireland is going to present additional financial challenges, and the degree of challenge will vary between the farms. It is not in my or anyone else's interest to hinder investment and economic development of the agriculture industry in Northern Ireland, but I will reiterate that this cannot be done at the expense of our natural environment and our beautiful countryside. Yes, no problem.
Thank you, Minister, for giving way. And very briefly, Justin, I accept what he said around striking the balance, which is important. But will he accept that NIEA having a response that took 3 years and 3 months to a constituent of mine on this very issue is not acceptable either, whereby the Planning Service notified NIEA on January 2021, they didn't respond to the 26th of April 2024.
I thank the member for his intervention, and I know the frustrations in terms of the turnaround in response times from NEA as a statutory consultee, and we're doing all what we can within the limited budget that we have in terms of resourcing to address that. I will continue to move forward with policies that address ammonia emissions and help us meet our commitments under the national emission ceiling regulations and statutory obligations. I know that we all share the same aim to protect and improve our natural environment and ensure the sustainable development of our agriculture sector. This needs to be achieved in a timely manner as possible, and I recognise this is likely to be a longer process than any of us would like. However, as I have previously highlighted in other contexts, tackling ammonia emissions cannot be seen in isolation from the natural environment more generally, and we cannot tackle its problems in isolation either. Therefore, I look forward to similar support from members when I bring forward my environment strategy, which I hope the Executive will adopt as Northern Ireland's first environmental improvement plan. There's one point, and if I have 1 minute, this is just the point of betterment, because it's been raised by a number of members, and I know officials addressed this in the committee meeting last week on Thursday at Caffrey in Greenmount. And I understand the points that are being made in relation to that, but very, very clear in terms of the advice that we have received is there's no legal basis for the use of betterment approach. And if there is adverse effects as a result of the development, the Northern Ireland Environment Agency is legally obliged to advise as such, even if these adverse effects are a reduction compared to the impact of the existing building. And I know this was something that was considered at the committee. I thank the members for bringing this motion and for what has been a useful debate. Myself and my officials will review Hansard afterwards for the points that have been made. Believe me, this is something I've put my energy to. There's lots of issues in the department, but as officials know, this is something we've met about on a number of occasions, and I've also, as part of that engagement with stakeholders, agreed to have that engagement later on this month. So we are listening. We are very conscious of our legal obligations, as any minister who would be in this position, and we're looking to find a way forward. And that capital funding through the UK government earmark.
Could the Minister draw his remarks to a close, please?
It's absolutely critical that we have that funding to support our agriculture industry here in Northern Ireland. Thank you.
Thank you. Can I call on Tom Buchanan, and you have 10 minutes.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker. I want to thank all who participated in the important debate today. Thank the Minister for being here, even to respond to the debate that was before the House. Agriculture, as we all know, is the backbone of our rural communities and is vital for Northern Ireland's economy, the environment and its people. Northern Ireland's farm businesses are an essential part of our rural economy and our communities, providing jobs, driving growth both in food production and in diversified industries such as renewable energy and tourism. However, to continue to compete in the marketplace, our farm businesses need to continually reinvest in their businesses to increase efficiencies, meet new standards and improve health and safety, while also improving the environment. Yet the Department's stop-start approach to ammonia advice has not only been frustrating for our farmers, but has been deeply disruptive to those with clear and legitimate aspirations to upgrade or invest in new, enhanced, modern buildings. And all farms, regardless of size, which are associated with livestock or poultry, are impacted by the planning rules around ammonia. The policy has impacted on the redevelopment of many farm businesses throughout Northern Ireland, which, had they been allowed to proceed, would be of immense benefit to our environment by the reduction of ammonia levels. And just to give an example, I have a constituent who applied for, or who was looking for planning for the replacement of a dairy milking parlour. The old one that he's using is long overdue and no longer really fit for purpose. And yet there wasn't any hope of him getting the planning application whenever he looked into it because of the ammonia target that he had to meet. Yet had that farmer been enabled to get the new milking parlour built and get planning for it to get it built, he would have reduced his ammonia levels by at least 80 to 90% of what is already being produced from the current situation. Now, common sense would tell anyone that that is a way forward in helping to reduce ammonia levels across Northern Ireland. Yet, because of the stringent planning issues around ammonia, he is still operating under his old regime. And I would hope that the Minister will take these situations into account if he is serious about seeking to reduce ammonia levels to protect our environment. Because let's remember, the farming community are those that are out to protect and enhance the environment. Yet they're being held, they're being handcuffed and not being allowed to proceed. It is rather absurd, obviously, that farmers find themselves in a position where they are expected to do more to protect the environment, but are working with a planning system which is entirely incapable of responding to their plans to deliver change. Striking a fair balance between improving farm productivity and environmental performance is, of course, important. And we recognise, as also does the Ulster Farmers Union, 96% of ammonia emissions come from agriculture. Equally, we have to ask how it advances Northern Ireland's GHG emission targets to have a planning policy that more often than not blocks the introduction of more efficient and low-carbon infrastructure on our farms. Newer buildings are far more environmentally efficient, requiring less energy. Significant investment across our farms has resulted in adoption of new technology to reduce ammonia levels. Livestock diets have been adapted to lower crude protein and ultimately results in lower ammonia emissions. Significant reductions has already been made in the pig sector. And specialist livestock house floors, housing systems, manure scraping systems, tree planting and other management practices have been adopted across Northern Ireland farms to help reduce emissions. Yet, much of this work is unaccounted for in ammonia inventors, nor indeed is it accepted by planners as mitigation measures. And this is a serious problem with regards to farmers who have made the effort to invest in some issues within their farming business, yet it's not been taken into account by the planning authority. Farmers are reluctant to make significant investments, therefore, on ammonia mitigation until there is more clarity on what might be accepted by NIE going forward. So perhaps we could get more clarity from the Minister with regards to what NIE are really looking for whenever it comes to motion mitigation measures. Just to deal with some of the issues that have been raised around the floor during the debate, the proposer of the motion spoke on the importance of the farming industry to our economy, a planning system that is unfit for purpose, the delay by over-stringent planning policy and the cost that that brings to the farmer with regards to an application between 10 and 30,000 pounds. Evidence of sustained efforts to reduce the backlog of applications. We need to see that. We need to see the Minister bring forward evidence that that planning applications are being dealt with in a timely and an efficient manner. concern that that policy will be restrictive. It will reduce livestock on the farm. And of course, if we have a restrictive policy, what will that do? It will just reduce livestock on the farm, and it will reduce productivity here within Northern Ireland. And of course then there was a call for the Minister to provide clarity and certainty for farmers, and that's what we need. We need to see a Minister come forward, and we do thank the Minister for being here today, but come forward with clarity for our farming community. Tom Elliott spoke of the need for improvement on air quality and environment, and of course that's what the farming businesses are all about. And the proactive agriculture policy to provide for Northern Ireland and further afield. And he spoke about the difficulties, and this is a difficulty that has been faced, I'm sure, by every Assembly member who's been dealing with agriculture issues, is the difficulties between NIEA and SES whenever it comes to planning applications, and the confusion that there seems to be between those two bodies. And that is something that really needs to be dealt with. And he spoke about the problems with replacement buildings and the distance of 7.5 kilometres, and planning applications been no longer been allowed under permitted development rights if they fall within this area. And again, that is a huge drawback for our farming community. Declan McAleer spoke of the support logic and that they support a logic and a well thought out policy, and how that a one-size approach to ammonia is neither fair nor sustainable. I think that is a fair assessment. A one-size approach will not be fair or sustainable to our farming communities. Spoke of the new and replacement dwellings must be treated differently. That obviously that was another issue was raised around the chamber today, where new and replacement dwellings must be treated in different measures, and not all measures in the draft strategy are suitable or sustainable, and any proposal must be subject to the rural impact assessment. So perhaps the Minister will take those issues all on board. And of course the Alliance, people who spoke from the Alliance spoke that they're not in favour of the motion. Well, that's no surprise to us here today. Patsy McGlone spoke of the investment in improving farm buildings being essential, and this process must be looked at again. The Minister talked about striking a balance which provides new buildings while protecting our environment. And he talked about bringing forward capital investment measures to help businesses to improve environmental performances.
The member draws remarks to a close, please.
Thank you. And we will look forward to those coming forward and to the Minister bringing forward the clarity that has been asked for around this chamber today. And I do commend the motion to the House.
Thank you. The question is that the motion standing on the order paper be agreed. All those in favour say aye. Aye. All those contrary say no. Members, as question time begins at 2 p.m, I suggest that the Assembly takes its ease until then. We will return to this debate after the urgent oral question, when I will put the question again. Thank you. Please take your ease.
We now move to questions to the Minister of Justice, and I call Mr. Harry Harvey.
Question 1, please.
Minister.
The Prisons 25 by 25 Strategic Improvement Programme captures the Prison Service's ambition for continued development and improvement. The focus of the programme is delivering the best possible service to those in our care and for wider society. Year 2 concluded at the end of March. Achievements included 3 recruitment campaigns, further development of support services for serving and former staff, the launch of a substance misuse strategy, the completion of over 100 minor works projects and the rollout of X-ray body scanners in all 3 prisons. The programme has now entered its 3rd and final year. While it is right that the planned actions continue to be ambitious, it's important to acknowledge the context the prison service will be operating and delivering within, with a significantly increased and increasing prison population.
Mr. Harvey.
Okay. Thank the Minister for your answer. Maybe the Minister could update the House on the development of the programme to facilitate autism-friendly visits as part of the Strengthening Family Relations Strategy.
Minister.
Well, I thank the member for the opportunity to do so. A number of years ago, when I visited the prisons, one of our staff had very helpfully designed a programme to support children with autism or indeed neurodiversity to be able to access prison visits better than had been the case in the past. As people will appreciate, family connections are a hugely important part of the rehabilitation process. They're also a hugely important part of the prisoner's life during the time when they're apart from their family, and conversely for their family while they're apart from the prisoner. And so a lot is at stake when those visits go well or do not go well. Autism and autism spectrum disorders can lead people to find the prison environment very stressful and lead to a degradation in the quality of visits. And so that programme was put in place to particularly support those individuals who were neurodiverse, acquaint them with the processes that they would face when they arrived at prison, acquaint them with the different stages of search and with the environment. Obviously, those who have particular sensory issues will find prison often a stressful environment. The noise, the sniffer dogs, the change of environment can be quite stressful. And so preparing particularly children but also adult visitors for what to expect when they arrive at the prison has proven to be very valuable to families. Also recognising that some of our prisoners also now arrive with quite complex needs, often with undiagnosed neurodiversity issues. And so one of the things we're looking at is how we better support those prisoners too on their journey through the system so that they get the maximum benefit from their time in our custody. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I thank the Minister. The Prisons 25 by 25 is important. One of the key issues is our people, and you're absolutely right in that. So can I ask the Minister, are new prison officer recruits security cleared before they have access to the prison system on the landings?
Minister.
The operational detail of that is something that I would advise the member to raise with the Director General. However, no one would have access to security level information unless they have been adequately cleared in order to take up that role. Checks are made before people are allocated to the various roles that they play within the system, and therefore I would imagine it would be the same with prison.
Kate Nicholl.
Mr. Speaker, thank the Minister for her answers so far. Can I ask what the impact of rising population is having on prisons, numbers in prisons?
Well, our experience shows us, and evidence demonstrates, that a high prison population generally results in an increase in tension within the prison setting. Managing prisoners in terms of encouraging positive behaviour becomes more challenging, for example, leading to increases in assaults and incidents. When we're dealing with a more volatile environment, that leads to increases in the use of force, the number of adjudications and the use of segregation. And that can contribute to prisoners, particularly vulnerable prisoners, feeling more unsafe, and levels of self-harm tend to increase. Prisoners in general are cooperative when they are treated with humanity and respect. In essence, when relationships between them and the prison staff are positive and courteous. And therefore, it's hugely important that NIP seeks to maintain appropriate living conditions, out of cell time, and the delivery of a predictable and stable regime. If NIPs don't have sufficient staff available each day, it isn't possible to offer that predictability, and therefore restrictions will increase, out-of-cell time will reduce, and relationships with staff deteriorate. The fact that over 500 prisoners are now doubling up across the estate also has an impact on living conditions and both prisoner and staff morale.
Hold on, McMurray.
Speaker, question 2.
Minister.
The harms that are most commonly associated with paramilitary gangs are centred around drugs, violence against the person, public order issues, and bombing and shooting attacks. What is less obvious is how gangs groom, exploit and harm vulnerable young people to maintain their position in communities through intimidation and the threat of violence. To help highlight this, the Executive Programme on Paramilitarism and Organised Crime produced 3 short case study videos covering the topics of violence, victims and child criminal exploitation. The first film launched on the 1st of May and has been viewed over 46,000 times on social media, prompting media and public discussion. The remaining 2 videos in the series that cover the topics of violence and criminal exploitation will be launched by the programme in August and September, respectively.
Mr. McMurray.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you, Minister. Will the videos be used in education settings?
The hope is that these videos will serve as a prompt for discussion and learning to be used by EPOC's delivery partners, engaging with different groups of service users as well as with all schools. It can be integrated into existing programmes such as those by the Education Authority, Communities in Transition, Developing Women in the Community, Aspire, Engage, NIACRO and others. And the plan is that the videos can serve as a prompt for people who may not realise themselves or indeed their friends to have been subject, for example, to child criminal exploitation, but on watching the videos and on looking at the evidence that's presented in those videos may recognise themselves or others as victims and therefore be more willing to report and make disclosure about this abuse.
Matthew O'Toole.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Question 3.
Minister.
My department has had some limited engagement to date with the Independent Commission for Reconciliation and Information Recovery, which was formally established on the 1st of May. The Commissioner for Investigations, Peter Sheridan, wrote to me in March to update me on the development of the Commission and its operating model. In his letter, he offered to meet with me to brief me more fully on these matters, and that meeting took place on the 4th of June. The Commission has also requested a meeting with my officials, which is due to take place next month. The Northern Ireland Troubles Legacy and Reconciliation Act 2023 places statutory duties on relevant authorities, including the PSNI, the Office of the Police Ombudsman for Northern Ireland, to provide such information, documents and material as the Commission may reasonably require to enable it to carry out reviews of deaths and other harmful contact during the period of the Troubles. I'm aware the Commission has been engaging directly with these organisations on how those interfaces will be managed. There has also been some preliminary engagement with Forensic Science Northern Ireland and with the Legacy Inquest units within the Northern Ireland Courts and Tribunal Service. My opposition to the legislation passed in Westminster and my concerns as to the impact it will have, both on the right of victims and survivors to access justice and also to wider public confidence in the justice system, remain. The justice organisations for which my department has responsibility will nevertheless fully comply with any obligations now placed on them by the Act and will not seek to obstruct or frustrate in any way the delivery of truth or justice to those impacted most directly by the Troubles.
Mr. O'Toole.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Minister, I acknowledge that there are legal obligations placed on your departments and its bodies by the bill, and it would be wrong to obstruct them. But isn't it also the case that, given every party in this chamber opposes this bill, that it would be right now for your officials to plan on the basis for that bill to be repealed, as is the policy of what will be hopefully the incoming UK government? Do you agree with that, and will you instruct your officials to plan and prepare for that eventuality?
Minister.
Well, I'm already committed to the issue of repeal of the legislation, and I've been very clear that I believe that that is what should happen. I think we have to look in the round at what has been suggested by Labour Party statements. Whilst Sir Keir Starmer has pledged to repeal the Act if there is a Labour government following a general election on the 4th of July, in speaking on Good Morning Ulster, the shadow Northern Ireland Secretary Hilary Benn said Labour would remove immunity from the Act and restore civil cases and inquests. So that would appear to be something of a dichotomy in terms of the approach of Labour. My department will make preparations for whichever outcome government announce in due course, and in the interim will abide by our legal requirements in terms of cooperation.
John Bunting.
The Minister will be aware that not everybody is willing to engage with these new bodies, and some innocent victims and their families have trust issues around the new arrangements. What reassurance can she give those families that they and their cases will not be left behind?
Well, I deeply regret the fact that I can give such people no consolation in this, because this matter is out with the competence of my department and of this Assembly. Responsibility for legislation around legacy has been taken by the Westminster Government. They have made their decision that this is the way forward. I have consistently made my opposition to the Act clear and fully support calls for it to be repealed. I hope whoever is in government following the general election will make that a priority and listen to victims and survivors and support them in their quest for both truth and justice. However, I cannot offer them an alternative means of seeking truth and justice, which has been barred by legislation from Westminster.
Stuart Dixon.
Thank you, Minister. Minister, while this piece of legislation remains in place, can you tell us what funding the Department is expected to receive in order to service the legislation?
Minister.
Well, one of the great challenges that we have had is being able to determine what burden it will place on the legislation in terms of the new arrangement. So whilst government is clear that they believe that it will alleviate some of the pressures that have previously faced the department in handling these issues, there has been no allowance, for example, for some of the requests that have been made to be funded in addition to what we received through the block grant, and I can think of a number of examples where that is the case. I, however, have been very clear to all of the organisations that work and are funded by the Department of Justice that any work done for the ICRIR is a separate line of accounting. It needs to be treated as such, and it needs to be recovered from the UK Government. Treasury rules are clear that whoever owns the policy pays the bill, and that has to apply in this case.
Paula Bradshaw.
Question number 4, please.
Minister.
I've been very clear about my commitment to raising the minimum age of criminal responsibility in Northern Ireland in order to bring us closer to meeting international standards, including those set by the UN Committee on the Rights of the Child. At 10 years of age, our current MACR is the lowest in Europe. In raising it, we are not saying that children's offending behaviour should be ignored, but they should not face the full force of the justice system. In order to seek the views of the public on this important issue, I agreed to a consultation which was carried out in 2022. It showed overwhelming support for an increase in MACR, with over 83% of respondents agreeing that the age should be increased beyond 10 years. The majority of these supported an increase to 14 years. Based on the outcome of the consultation, my officials have developed an options paper, and I intend to share this with my executive colleagues to seek their views on my proposals. As any increase in the minimum age of criminal responsibility requires legislative change, it will not be possible for me to progress it in the absence of executive approval.
Paula Bradshaw.
Thank you, Minister. Minister, could you please outline what would be the effect of increasing the minimum wage? Thank you.
Minister.
The effect will depend much on the agreed new minimum age, but it would only affect very limited numbers of individuals, as very few young children are currently dealt with through the formal justice system, thanks to the work of the Youth Justice Agency. So, for example, if MACR was raised to 12, it would have affected a total of 63 children in 2022, as this was a number dealt with through court or diversionary measures. Only 12 of these were prosecuted at court, which was less than 1% of the total number of children dealt with in that year. Some may see that as a reason not to make a change, but as well as meeting our international obligations, raising the minimum age of criminal responsibility sends out, I believe, a very clear message that young children who offend need support, guidance and help, not criminalisation and punishment. Were MACR raised, it would be our intention to work with partners across other statutory, voluntary and community sectors to agree a framework through which children engaging in criminal or antisocial behaviour could receive multi-agency support in the community to address their behaviour and underlying issues. We know that contact, particularly early contact with the justice system, tends not to augur well for people's long-term life outcomes. The longer we can keep our young people out of the justice system and provide them with the support they need, the better for everyone in society.
Colm McGrath.
Question number 5, Mr. Speaker.
As I publicly stated to this House on the 4th of June, I am not ruling out future action and stand ready and willing to support the Board in such actions as considered necessary. However, at this stage, I remain satisfied that no action on my part is yet required, as the processes of accountability by the Chief Constable, the Policing Board, the Investigatory Powers Tribunal and the McCulloch Review should be allowed to conclude without interference.
Mr McGrath.
Thank you very much, Mr Speaker. Just in the interest of clarity, could the Minister then confirm that there is no rule or law preventing the calling of an independent inquiry now, that is a decision that the Minister is taking?
It is a decision taken in line with the guidance in the legislation. It's clear that it says that a minister, in making a decision to call a public inquiry, must have due regard to what other investigatory mechanisms are available to deal with an issue before proceeding. It is also the case that it would be improper, though not impossible, to cut across what is a tribunal system which is judge-led. I have also set out the other restrictions that may come into play at such times as I would be directly asked to institute an inquiry, in that these issues may well interface with the security services, in which case my powers as a devolved minister, and indeed any devolved minister's powers, are significantly constrained by the 2005 Inquiry Act.
John Blair.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. Following up to that question, Mr Speaker, does the Minister agree that all mechanisms available to the Policing Board should be exhausted in such circumstances as before any inquiry should be considered? Those are the matters around the policing arrangement that are precious and important to the accountability of the Chief Constable to the Policing Board.
Minister.
I think it's a very important point. I mean, the Chief Constable is ultimately operationally responsible to the Policing Board. Those patent arrangements were put in place after a considerable amount of thought and with a considerable amount of sensitivity. And I would be loath as Justice Minister to take a wrecking ball to the delicate balances therein. That course of action, obviously, and how the Policing Board decide to proceed in terms of their investigations is a matter for the Board. I respect their operational independence in their role of holding the Chief Constable to account. However, I understand that the Board has agreed to exercise its power under Section 59 of the Police Northern Ireland Act 2000 to require the Chief Constable to submit a further report on the matter, and that provided the terms of reference for the McCulloch Review meet the Board's Section 59 requirements, then it will act as their Section 59 report.
Linda Dillon.
Can Corley thank the Minister. Question number 6.
Minister.
Until the 4 recommendations outlined in the Northern Ireland Audit Office report relating to the Police Injury on Duty scheme are addressed, I have no plans to remove either the injury on duty or ill health retirement responsibilities from the Northern Ireland Policing Board at this stage. The matter is out for a targeted consultation until the 17th of July 2024. However, the roles and responsibilities of the Department, PSNI and the Policing Board will be considered as part of those future deliberations.
Still.
Thank you, Minister, and thank you for your response. So, can you confirm then, based on the responses to that consultation, might you again revisit this and consider bringing forward legislation in order on the ill health retirement and injury on duty? We certainly don't want a system where we have 2 separate processes either, because you could have one officer going through 2 separate processes.
Minister.
Well, I understand the point that's being made, but given the roles and responsibilities of the Board were established by the Patent Report, any change is likely to be a cross-cutting matter involving Executive Office and the Department of Finance, and potentially requiring an amendment to both primary and secondary legislation. So it would be important, before making any commitment to change, that we have done the proper consideration on this. In March 2020, obviously, the Northern Ireland Audit Office concluded its report into injury on duty schemes for officers and looked at injury on duty awards made to former police and prison officers for injuries sustained while they were on duty. One recommendation of the report was to set up a steering group comprised of key representatives from DOJ, DOF, the Police Service, the Board and the Northern Ireland Prison Service and the Departmental Solicitor's Office to manage the implementation of the recommendations, and those 2 subgroups now report to the steering group were established to allow us to take this forward. The steering group is considering the roles and responsibilities associated with the PSNI injury on duty scheme to determine where they would be best placed. However, I think it's important that we do not cut across other important work which is also strictly time bound and needs to be taken forward in shorter measure when we come to look at this particular issue.
Donny Donnelly.
Thank you.
Mr. Speaker, just to ask the Minister what she has done to try to address the backlog in IMR appointments.
Minister.
The issue of IMR is a significant one. We have now engaged the service of an external supplier, which has allowed the independent medical referee assessment process to commence on the 4th of March this year. Officials have instructed the supplier to procure additional resources with a view to resolving the backlog as soon as possible. That backlog is a result of medical appointments being paused due to several factors. They include the COVID pandemic, by removing the ability for cases to be actioned, the MacLeod remedy requiring the reassessment of some police pensions, the expiration of the department's last IMR contract, and difficulty in procuring a new supplier who could provide the services. Thankfully, on that last score, we now have that arrangement in place.
Trevor Clark.
Thank the Minister for answers thus far. Minister, will you accept that the current process for ill health retirement and injury and duty is clunky and not fit for purpose? And would you also accept, given the high numbers of people involved in it and the low numbers of police officers actually in the front line, that we need a robust system fast to resolve those issues for many of those officers who will never be able to return to work are off in excess of 12 months? So would you accept that we need to do something more swiftly rather than some forms of consultations?
Minister.
Well, there is, of course, nothing to stop the board doing whatever it wishes to speed up the injury on duty scheme in terms of its delivery. That is the responsibility of the board, and it is not for me to direct the board how to implement that scheme or what resources to attach to it. The question that's been asked of me is whether or not I would relocate that injury on duty responsibility either in the department or more likely with the Chief Constable. And that is a question that I think we need to approach with due care and attention. We're waiting on a consultation outcome in July, and when we have that consultation outcome and have been able to see the feedback on that, we can then look to whether or not this is the way to proceed. Because we do need to make sure that we don't simply move a failing scheme potentially around different organisations. We need to get to the bottom of why the delays have happened and how we eliminate those delays, rather than do things that simply may make life easier, I guarantee you, for the board, but may not actually help the officers you speak about.
Alan Chambers. Minister.
In September 2021, my department established the multi-agency review arrangements known as MARA to assess and manage risks posed by terrorist risk offenders. This is in line with Article 50 of the Criminal Justice Northern Ireland Order 2008, which makes provision for the management of offenders who may cause serious harm to the public. In discharging this function, MARA brings together the Department of Justice and supervising officers appointed on the department's behalf, along with representatives from the Northern Ireland Prison Service and the Police Service of Northern Ireland. Terrorist risk offenders are managed under MARA from the point of conviction through to the expiry of their licence period. Within the arrangements, supervising officers work with partners to conduct risk assessments, prepare risk management plans, provide reports for reviews by the Parole Commissioners for Northern Ireland, and monitor those offenders who have been released into the community. Those arrangements enhance and support public protection.
Mr. Chambers.
Thank you, Minister. Can the Minister outline the annual cost to her department of His Majesty's Prisons and Probation Services?
Mr.
The department has allocated around £500,000 for the 24-25 year to support the deployment of supervising officers whose role it is to engage with TROs to support the assessment and management of their risk. The funding secures supervision officers and administrative staff, 6.5 full-time equivalent, from HMPPS. The supervising officers are all qualified probation officers. My priority is keeping the public safe and delivering effective public protection. It can be a costly exercise, but savings are realised wherever possible.
Peter Ferguson.
Question number 8.
Minister.
I recognise the very important contribution already being made by the Commissioner-designate for Victims of Crime in giving a voice to victims and representing their needs and interests. I plan to introduce legislation before the end of the mandate to put the role of Commissioner for Victims of Crime on a statutory footing.
Ms. Ferguson.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And Mr. Speaker, would you allow me just to put on record my thanks to Skeg Community Hub and the ladies and gentlemen from Skeg and Derry who have come along here today to find out more about the work of ourselves in the Assembly. I would just like to ask the Minister, what steps have you taken to ensure the role of the Victims of Crime Commissioner-designate is fully functioning before it's put on a statutory footing?
Will the Commissioner-designate in her office continue to represent the needs, rights and interests of all victims of crime? I'm very grateful for the level of engagement with victims and families that the Commissioner-designate and her team have taken forward, and for her identification of priority areas for change. And indeed, she has not only been instrumental in amplifying the voices of victims of crime to promote better service delivery and compliance with the Victims' Charter, but she has also, I think, been critical in terms of driving up protection for victim data and privacy. In that regard, I also hope that in the next number of weeks and on a trial basis, she will be joining us at the Criminal Justice Board, so that as we make decisions about crucial issues such as speeding up justice, she will have a seat at the table.
Anna Egan.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you, Minister, for your answers so far. Can I please ask, Minister, what is your assessment of the impact of the work of the Commissioner-designate so far? Minister.
I think the work that the Commissioner-designate has done is hugely important. As members will be aware, at the time when we appointed a Commissioner, the idea was that that person would lead on areas such as hate crime and particularly domestic violence and abuse. Her work in that regard has been extremely strong, and indeed she has not only challenged around the legislation and the Victims' Charter and the areas there, but has also looked very carefully at the flow from domestic abuse cases into the family courts and challenged for reform in terms of the family court system, which I think has been incredibly helpful, particularly to those victims who I think we have all engaged, who find that sometimes the family court system can be abused by former partners in order to try to coerce and control them post the point of breakup. I think her voice on this, her independence on this is hugely important, and the challenge function that she can provide at the moment is powerful, but I believe that on a statutory footing she will be able to do much more.
Tara Hunter.
9, please, Minister.
Sure.
I'm planning a range of reforms which will add to the supports for rape victims, such as the establishment of remote evidence centres, advocacy and sexual offences legal advisors that my department has already introduced. These new measures include legislation to provide greater regulation of the use of victims' private information within the criminal justice disclosure process, and to clarify when and how pre-trial third-party representation for victims of serious offences may be enabled. These measures will support victims who wish to object to applications for disclosure of their personal information, such as medical or counselling records, or to admit evidence at trial of their previous sexual history. Subject to funding, I also hope to launch a pilot to test pre-recorded cross-examination before the end of this mandate and to establish SOLAs for child victims. I look forward to receiving reports from ongoing research into attrition in serious sexual offence cases and will use the findings to develop further measures to increase victims' confidence to report sexual crime and to remain in the criminal justice system to the conclusion of their cases.
Ms. Hunter.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Minister, recently I met with a fantastic sexual offences legal advisory team who do incredible work supporting rape victims in Northern Ireland, and they have said that there is no mandatory policy by which the PPS is notified about a rape case. Is this something that you could make mandatory within this mandate? And also, I welcome the news that you're looking at providing a SOLA for under 18s. Do you have a timeline on this? And that would be great. Thank you.
Well, with respect to the first, I would be interested in meeting with the member to discuss that further. It's not an issue that has been specifically raised with me through the department, but it is something that I would be keen to address if there is a gap in provision. In terms of the CSOLA, we had hoped to be able to do that this year, but we did not get the resource that we had bid for that project. So we will continue through the work that's being done with the under 13s pilot and now hopefully extending that to under 16s to expedite those cases through the justice system, to give as much support as we can and to then continue to work with others to try to secure the additional funding that would be needed for the CSOLA.
McReynolds.
I thank the Minister for her responses so far. Can the Minister outline what support is currently in place to support rape victims at trial?
There are a range of supports that are available in terms of people who go to trial in rape cases. One of them, I think, is particularly that people have the right to seek special measures, which means that they don't have to come to the court and give their evidence in public. Some of the review reforms that were proposed by Sir John Gillen's review have been implemented and are having a very positive effect. Obviously, disclosure is one of the areas that we would wish to address because we believe that there are issues around disclosure that have been negative. The secretive use of victims' third-party material has also been a concern for victims' rights and advocates. We also ensure that victims are informed of the SOLA service and can self-refer to legal advice prior to making a report. Finally, the provision of remote evidence centres is hugely important in terms of ensuring that victims can give their evidence in a safe and comfortable surrounding away from the court building. We have excluded the general public from the courtroom at trial, and we continue to implement other Gillen recommendations to reduce delay, improve training for frontline staff who deal with victims, improve achieving best evidence procedures and disclosure processes to help the experiences of victims and sexual crime. However, the most powerful thing we can do as an Assembly is not the things that we do to support those who are victims of crime. It is the things that we do to change our society so people are less at risk of becoming victims of crime. And so I look forward to seeing the strategy for ending violence against women and girls being published soon in order that we can refocus on preventing victims being created rather than simply the supports that we can offer people once their lives have been often irretrievably destroyed.
Matthew O'Toole, move to topical questions.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Minister, should you be successful in seeking office to leave the office you hold now, this could be the last time you're in this chamber as Minister answering questions. You've now had several weeks to consider whether to appeal the High Court's scathing rejection of the anonymity provisions in the Justice, Sexual Offences and Trafficking of Victims Act. Can I ask, will you do what sexual offence victims and media organisations would like you to do and confirm that you will not appeal that judgment?
Minister.
I will do what is right in front of the law and in front of this Assembly. The specifics of the sexual offences and trafficking victims, the 4 clauses, are one element of that consideration and an important one. But the wider ramifications of the judgment for the ability of this House and Assembly committees to be able to take forward legislation, and indeed for the Executive to be able to do so, are not insignificant. And therefore I will wait until I have had the full legal advice offered to me before I make any decision. I have briefed my Executive colleagues and others for whom this is relevant already on some of the detail of that, and I will make the right decision based on the future of this House and its ability to legislate on these matters.
Mr. O'Toole.
Given your standing for election to leave the job in a fortnight's time, Minister, you may not be the one who makes that decision. I know your diary is filled with visits to fun fairs and other matters, but it is important that we deal with these things seriously. Another issue is political stability. You and I agree that neither the First or Deputy First Minister should have the power to resign their offices and throw the Executive into instability. If you are successfully elected as MP for East Belfast, your replacement will have to be elected specifically and uniquely via the members of this chamber. Will you commit that if that happens, first of all, is there a political agreement that will be an Alliance Party representative who replaces you? And if there isn't an agreement that an Alliance Party representative will replace you in that election, will you commit that your party will not throw the institutions into instability by leaving the Executive, should the next Justice Minister, if you are successful in the general election, be an Alliance representative?
Minister.
With respect, Mr. Speaker, I'm not sure that the general election is a matter that falls to the Department of Justice, nor do I believe it's particularly appropriate. I can't use my resources in the department to promote my campaign. Equally, I don't think that other parties ought to be using this chamber to promote theirs. I think there has to be some appropriateness when it comes to these things. But I am glad to know that the member is watching me so closely in terms of how I spent my time outside the chamber. He will no doubt have also recognised that the 30 seconds I spent on the ghost train, which by the way was excellent value for money, was only a tiny part of a busy day spent on the campaign trail.
Dr. Aiken's not in his place. I call Paula Bradshaw.
Mr. Speaker, Minister, could you please give us an update on your plan? Sorry, wrong page. Minister, could you please give us an update on the implementation of the Post Office Horizon System Offences Act 2024? Thank you.
Sir.
Thank you. My department is currently working with the UK Government and with operational partners in implementation of the Act. This includes identifying any cases within the scope of the legislation, notifying the individuals concerned and ensuring their records are updated. This work is ongoing. Although the number of cases that have been identified in Northern Ireland is relatively small, the hurt and distress the Horizon scandal inflicted on the individuals concerned is no less significant. I am therefore keen to ensure that all those who have had convictions overturned or cautions deleted are notified as soon as possible, and that those eligible to receive financial redress should be allowed to access that as swiftly as possible also.
Ms Bradshaw.
Thank you, Mr Speaker, and thank you, Minister. I think you've touched upon it a bit there. However, could you please give us an indication of how quickly those people who are affected will know that their conviction has been overturned? Thank you.
Prior to the calling of the election, it was anticipated that this bill would be approved and receive royal assent in early to mid-July. And so that is the deadline to which my department was working. However, the Act has now gone through those processes very swiftly in the wash-up in Westminster, and therefore we are notifying people that their convictions have been quashed, where that conviction has been identified, and take steps to notify a personal representative if that person is deceased, as I've described in my original answer. Our original intent was that those letters would issue within the scope of the legislation at the point of royal assent. However, now that that has moved forward to the 24th of May, that has not been possible. However, work to identify individuals within scope of legislation is very advanced. Indeed, I received an update from the Chief Constable this morning on that issue. And once that assessment of cases has been completed, we will issue those letters without any delay. The intention is for letters to issue to affected individuals in advance of the opening of the financial redress scheme for the cohort of applicants, which we understand from the Department for Business and Trade is provisionally scheduled for the end of July. However, if anyone believes that they have the right to be exonerated under this scheme, I would encourage them, even at this stage, to come forward to the Department, make us aware of your case and allow us to find the relevant information to ensure that everyone who is entitled to support is fully captured.
Call Morris Bradley.
Mr Speaker, to ask the Minister, is the good news that funding is available for the necessary upgrade at Her Majesty's Prison in Magilligan. However, following reductions in the budget, how will this reduction impact on the actual work due to take place at the correctional facility?
Minister.
Well, as the member knows, we remain absolutely committed to a replacement facility being built in Magilligan. Initially, the plan was that we would move forward on the basis of both the residential and the kitchen and dining accommodation to move forward as a single project. Due to the restrictions, both in terms of resources in the department and particularly in terms of the capital budget, and the urgency of the work required in terms of the kitchen and the dining facilities, we have decided instead to split those into two separate business cases. We will advance the kitchen and dining facilities first, and then we will submit a business case at a later stage to advance the accommodation element of this, because we believe that the kitchen is the bit of the facility that is at most risk given the age of the facility and the need for upgrade.
Mr Bradley.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. Thank you very much for your answer, Minister. Minister, I raised this question quite some time ago, almost 6 years ago, to a previous Justice Minister, and here we are. The same question arises again. Is there a time frame set aside for work to commence on the actual prison itself?
Minister.
Well, I want again to reassure the member, work has commenced in terms of the design process, in terms of the business case process, and all of the preliminaries that need to be done. However, we cannot start to cut sod on these two major pieces of the jigsaw until such times as we know we have the resources to do so. But he also knows, and I know he visits the prison to check on progress, he will know that there has been other significant development around Magilligan. So there have been improvements, for example, to power lines, there have been improvements to the exterior, there have been improvements to the House of Worship and a number of other spaces within the prison that are very significant. And we will continue to make those moderate adaptations to the system in the meantime. But those major projects ultimately are entirely reliant on availability of capital investment, for which I am competing with schools, with hospitals and with all of the other public sector. And very often people do not realise just how important it is that we do rebuild our prison system and provide a safe and dignified environment, not only for the people who live there, but the people who work there.
Call Padraig Delargy.
Minister for her answer so far. Minister, I would appreciate if you could give me an update on any involvement that your department has had in supporting initiatives which are run particularly as we approach the summer season across my constituency in Derry by community and voluntary organisations, particularly those which aim to minimise anti-community behaviour?
I won't pretend that I can run through every single scheme that the department is involved in, but we do have a relatively small footprint in terms of the work that we do. However, the Youth Justice Agency is engaged in a number of diversionary programmes, particularly dealing with young people. The ARCS recovery scheme is also used to invest in community-based organisations who themselves are providing facilities. And if the member would like, I can provide him with some further detail in terms of within his own constituency what organisations we're funding on those issues.
Mr. DeLargy.
Yeah, I would definitely appreciate that, thank you. And could you also provide me with an update on any cross-departmental work that you're doing along, particularly with the Executive Office?
Minister.
Well, there are a number of things, including, for example, the Communities in Transition scheme. There are a number of areas where we work with TEO, but also we work with the Department for Communities around diversionary activity and trying to support young people particularly, but also wider communities in terms of building resilience against paramilitary and organised crime, which we know can be a genuine issue for many people. It was also remiss of me not to mention, Mr. Speaker, that obviously the PCSPs in each of the councils are funded by my department and also invest in local projects and diversionary schemes in order to support the wider work of the PSNI and the other law enforcement agencies and their community and voluntary sector partners.
Peter McReynolds.
I thank the Minister for his responses so far. Will you join with me, Minister, in condemning the so-called show of strength by the UBF in East Belfast at the weekend?
Minister.
I would love to say I have pleasure in doing so, but I have no pleasure in doing so. I think it is incredibly disturbing that at this juncture in Northern Ireland we continue to see such shows of strength. I think the people of Northern Ireland generally and of East Belfast in particular are weary of these paramilitary organisations exerting coercive control in their community. They're not interested in changes in leadership and management. They're interested in these organisations being put out of business. The sooner that happens, I think the better for us all.
Mr. McReynolds.
I thank the Minister for her response and certainly agree with the sentiment of her answer. Minister, do you agree with me that what took place on Saturday evening demonstrates the coercive control such organisations exert over our communities and that discussions around group transition are no longer appropriate in 2024?
Well, I think the obvious thing that most of us can see is that many groups have very successfully transitioned with no government support. They've now transitioned fully into organised crime gangs. So where they want to make a change, a step change in function, they seem capable of doing it without any support from anywhere else. From my perspective, I don't believe that group transition, in the sense that these organisations will become post-conflict organisations, is the answer. I believe individuals need to transition back to law-abiding members of our community. They need to integrate into society on the same basis as the rest of us and cease the coercive control and the threat and intimidation that they wield. Some people refer to these as shows of strength, Mr. Speaker. In my view, they are shows of fragility. When you have to ship people in from outside to cause intimidation in a constituency, there's nothing strong about that.
John Blair.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the Gillen Review was mentioned in an earlier reply, and given the wide-ranging but very important issues associated with that review, could the Minister give an update on the progress her department is making on the Gillen Review?
Minister.
Well, I remain fully committed to the full implementation of the Gillen Review. It is a transformational programme, but it requires a collaborative approach across other ministerial departments, statutory agencies and third sector organisations. Some work streams, for example, such as those related to relationship and sex education, fall to the Minister of Education to progress. We have made good progress. 76% of recommendations have been implemented to some degree, 62% fully completed, further 14% are partially completed, and that's usually in the form of a pilot. Whilst it's useful to note the number of completed recommendations, it's equally important to note the measures and services introduced as part of the implementation programme that are making a real life difference to victims. Access to free legal advice, which we discussed earlier in response to Ms Cara Hunter's answer, is hugely important to people. Many are now able to give evidence from remote evidence centres away from court and are therefore much likely to attend their court hearings and not be intimidated away from doing so. Members of the public can no longer be in a courtroom during a trial. Complainants are no longer required to give oral evidence at a committal hearing, forcing them to give evidence about the most traumatic moment in their life twice. And across the criminal justice system, professionals have better access to training so they can understand and deal sensitively with the trauma the complainants have suffered. I think it's hugely important that we continue with that work.
Mr. Blair.
Mr. Speaker, I think the Minister has alluded to this already, but to confirm, can the Minister confirm that engagement with stakeholders will continue as recommendations of that review are implemented?
Minister.
We will continue to work not only with our statutory partners but also with the wider justice system and with the community and voluntary sector. In particular, we're working on the judge-led voluntary protocol. It has been seen a 70% reduction in the average time taken between reporting a sexual offence and court disposal, and that's for child witnesses under 13. It's now being extended, so they're expediting as much as possible similar serious sexual offences involving children under 16 in all divisions of the court. And if there is more that we can do at each stage, whether that's through child solace or whether it's through experiences like this, or indeed the existing NSPCC-led establishment with the remote evidence centres, we will continue to do all in our power to work with partners to deliver the best possible outcomes.
If members take their ease for a moment, we now move to the questions for the Minister for Agriculture, Environment and Rural Affairs. So just while the ministers change positions. I call Sinead McLaughlin.
Question number 1.
Minister.
I wish to highlight from the outset that my department remains fully committed to pursuing the perpetrators of this environmental crime through ongoing criminal proceedings, including ensuring that the polluter pays through confiscation under the Proceeds of Crime Act 2002. Safeguarding public health, ensuring safe drinking water and reducing the environmental impact of this crime are paramount, and my department will continue delivering its comprehensive environmental monitoring programme at the site. This includes site inspections, regular monitoring of ground and surface water, daily laboratory testing of water quality at the NI Water drinking water abstraction point, and working in partnership with Northern Ireland Water. Detailed water quality monitoring reports are published on the DAERA website, and I am advised that, to date, there has been no adverse impact on the safety of drinking water supplied from the River Fawn. A draft optimum remediation strategy to deliver the long-term remediation of the Maboy site, based on the best balance of environmental, social and economic factors, has been developed. A detailed risk assessment drawn on extensive site investigations with over 7 years of monitoring has provided a robust evidence basis for a detailed appraisal of many remediation options, and subsequently the development of the draft remediation strategy. The draft strategy has been developed in line with best practice and using guidance issued by the Environment Agency that applies to Northern Ireland. The next step in the process is to consult with the public on the draft strategy. It is vitally important we get this right, and I will be ensuring that all interested parties have the opportunity to comment on the draft strategy. There is no agreed preferred option, and there will not be until a consultation has been completed and responses carefully considered.
Ms. McLaughlin.
Thank you, Minister, and I really appreciate the urgency which you are taking on this issue. Maboy has serious environmental implications, but it has also implications for our economy, and it is holding up progress on the A6. Will the Minister detail how he will work with the Minister of Infrastructure to ensure progress is finally made on this crucial issue, and the delay in one particular issue can't kill progress on the A6 as well?
Minister.
Thank you, Member, for a question. I understand the urgency for this for many reasons in relation to the A6, and it's something I've briefly spoken to the Infrastructure Minister about, and something I continue to engage with him, but for other reasons as well, because this is a site where an environmental crime is alleged to have occurred, and which investigations are ongoing in relation to that, and a justice outcome is being sought.
but also in terms of the impact upon the local community. And over the time ahead, I hope to engage with the District Council in relation to this issue, because it's a key issue for the people in the North West.
Nicola Brogan.
And thank you to the Minister as well. Is the Minister or his department aware of or examining any other dumping sites to ensure that a situation like what we've seen in Moboy doesn't develop again?
Minister.
Thank the member for her question. I am aware that there is other sites in Northern Ireland, and the issue of environmental crime, particularly in relation to waste crime, is something I take very seriously, something I've been engaging with colleagues about in terms of how we can better ensure that we practice the principle of the polluter pays and we ensure proper outcomes in relation to this. That means working with the Organised Crime Task Force, it means working with HMRC in relation to this. It also means resourcing in terms of the Northern Ireland Environment Agency around this, and it's something I'm putting a focus upon and engaging with officials over the time ahead, because we need to eliminate waste crime here in Northern Ireland.
Mr. Speaker, and thank the Minister so far. He did indicate that there is no preferred option when he publishes the draft strategy, but I'm wondering if he has any estimated costs of those options when the strategy will be published.
Minister.
Thank the member for your question, and it's quite a key issue and it's something that's been concerning me in terms of the cost potentially around this. To date, my department does not have a cost estimate which has been assessed and approved through the required public finance processes and also through an approved business case. There are several reasons for this, and it was important to outline this to the member and to the House. Firstly, my department is continuing to pursue the perpetrators of this environmental crime through ongoing criminal proceedings, and in line with the polluter pays principle, will strenuously seek to ensure that the polluter does pay in this case. Secondly, my department will shortly issue a public consultation on a range of remediation options for the site. The views of stakeholders are hugely important to me, and I want to ensure that those views are taken into account in relation to the remediation options chosen. Hence, I'm not able to confirm stable costings now. Thirdly, there are a range of approval processes which must be carried out to ensure any remediation proposals are both technically sound and also cost effective. In conclusion, I would say that a number of months ago I did visit the site myself, and this issue is enormously complex and it's something that I am very focused upon, and it's important that we get a way forward in relation to this when we start the consultation for the public in the time ahead.
Kate Nicholl.
Thank you. Thank the Minister for his answers so far. Can I ask the Minister what steps are being taken in relation to the safety of drinking water?
Minister.
I thank the member for her question, and the safety of drinking water is something of paramount importance, and I think it's an important question that you've asked. Safeguarding public health, ensuring safe drinking water and reducing the environmental impact of this crime are paramount. My department is committed to protecting the water quality of the river, Fawn, in partnership with Northern Ireland Water to safeguard drinking water in the North West. My officials have put in place a comprehensive environmental monitoring programme at the Moboy site. This includes site and riverbank inspections, detailed monitoring using international quality standards of on-site groundwater and surface water, together with daily laboratory testing of water quality at the Northern Ireland Water drinking water abstraction point. Northern Ireland Water monitors water abstracted from the River Fawn, water at various stages of treatment, and final water supplied from the Commonly Water Treatment Works. Monitoring data is shared and interpreted by both NEA and also Northern Ireland Water.
Minister, I call Dr. Steve Aiken.
To Mr. Speaker.
Thank the member for his question. My department's code of practice for the welfare of dogs recommends that only positive, reward-based training should be used. Further, that potentially painful or frightening training methods, such as e-collars, should be avoided. In this context, I am aware of the merits of banning these devices, and I am keen to explore how this could be achieved within the lifetime of this mandate, subject to available resources. I intend to discuss this and other animal welfare interventions with stakeholders over the time ahead. I am aware that the Irish Government will be introducing a regulation in the coming months. This regulation will ban the use of manually operated shock collar devices, but not anti-bark collars or collars linked to boundary fences. Shock collars have been banned in Wales since 2010, and a recent report from the Scottish Animal Welfare Commission has recommended a ban there. DEFRA had introduced legislation in England to attempt to ban shock collars prior to the dissolution of Parliament. However, it should be noted, while the use of shock or e-collars is not banned in Northern Ireland, a person can only use an e-collar on an animal if it does not cause unnecessary suffering. For example, if a person sets the intensity of the device at a level which is deemed to be excessive, they could be causing that animal unnecessary suffering and liable to prosecution under the Welfare of Animals Act, Northern Ireland, 2011.
Call, Steve.
Thank you very much indeed, Mr. Speaker. And first, two things. First of all, may I apologise not for being in my seat for my earlier question for the Minister of Justice. And the second one, as a person who looks after a dog, I wouldn't say I'm a dog owner, I look after a dog, but it's very much my wife's dog. That would be the question I would have to have. Minister, the concern would be how we define the question of unnecessary suffering and how this legislation could or may indeed be enforced if that happens to be the case. Without the definition and definitive act of actually banning this banning the use of these shock collars as soon as possible, how do we get in a situation where we can get away from the confusion of the law? Because most people now are absolutely confused by what is the law and how is it going to be applied.
I thank the member for his supplementary question, and I think there is strong merits in pursuing this ban, and it's something I want to engage with stakeholders over the time ahead. And time ahead, I'm talking about the next weeks and months, so we can get a clear position in terms of what our plan is within this mandate to take forward legislation around this. And the issue you raise is important. I think there's strong justification for it, but I'm also aware there's many other areas in terms of animal welfare legislation we want to pursue. That's why I also want to engage with stakeholders so we can prioritise the interventions we need to take as an Assembly to take every action we can to outlaw animal cruelty here in Northern Ireland.
Phil Brett.
The Minister shares my commitment to ending harm against animals. Can the Minister then outline the support that he's given to local councils across Northern Ireland to ensure that we have enforcement action in place to ensure those who are endangering the welfare of animals have them removed as soon as possible?
Thank the member for his question. I want to first put on the record for the work and my thanks for the work that district councils do in relation to this, and I'm very grateful for that. And we have good partnership working in regards to that. People are aware that the budget settlement my department received at the beginning of this financial year is extremely demanding and stretching, particularly in the context where I bid to continue compensation for bovine TB at 100%, and I received nothing in relation to that bid. So the pressures on my department are absolutely immense as a result of that. But I do want to help councils in relation to the work that they're doing, and I have bid as part of the due monitoring for the funding that they're seeking in relation to this. I'm aware that there's ongoing judicial review proceedings in relation to that, but I'm seeking funding under the due monitoring to see what we can do in relation to that. But I want to go further than that. Rather than only supporting district councils, I want to support the charities that we have here in Northern Ireland, and that's something I'm exploring with officials over the time ahead as the budget allows, how we can support the good work that they do.
Danny Donnelly.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thanks to the Minister for his answers so far. Could I just ask the Minister if he sees any merit in an all-Ireland ban on the use of shock collars?
Minister.
I thank the member for his question. I do think there is a lot of merit in that, because the Minister of Agriculture, Food and Marine, Charlie McConalogue, announced on the 7th of May 2024 that he would be introducing a regulation in the coming months to ban the use of manually operated, remotely controlled electric shock collars. The proposal by the Minister does not include, as I've outlined, the anti-bark type collars or collars linked to perimeter fencing systems. This and other issues are something that I wish to engage with my colleagues in the South. Whatever we can do together to outlaw and to ban animal cruelty here on the island of Ireland and also across the United Kingdom is something I'm keen to pursue.
Mark Durgan.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank you for his answers thus far. Has the Minister spoken with his colleague, the Justice Minister, with regard to a joint approach around the creation and implementation of stiffer penalties and more appropriate punishments for those found guilty of animal cruelty?
Minister.
Thank the member for his question. And the issue in terms of the sentencing framework around animal cruelty offences is something that I have been looking at. I've been looking at the current framework around that. And what I want to do is engage with stakeholders in terms of the priorities for the time ahead, because we can prioritise this, but we also have to look at other areas we want to look at. I'm aware that there is frustration, and I get that in terms of the outcomes, the criminal justice outcomes around this, and that's something we want to explore with stakeholders over the time ahead in terms of the work that we can do to address those concerns.
Linda Dillon.
Can Corlia and thank the Minister for his answer so far. Kesh Evertree, question number 3.
Minister.
The Water Northern Ireland Order 1999 serves as a pivotal legislative framework for Northern Ireland governing the protection of the aquatic environment. The order also provides powers to take enforcement action against uncontrolled discharges which are a risk of pollution to the aquatic environment. A person guilty of an offence under Article 7 of this order is liable on conviction to imprisonment for a term not exceeding 3 months or to a fine not exceeding £20,000 or to both. Whilst the Northern Ireland Environment Agency proactively regulates and enforces current regulations to protect our environment, I recognise we need to do more. That is why I have allocated resources from within my own departmental budget to strengthen regulation and enforcement, particularly in relation to water quality. This will enable the establishment of an enforcement team dedicated to tackling the problems of Lough Neagh and its catchment, together with a commitment to see radical changes to the regulatory approach currently set out in the Statement of Regulatory Principles and Intent, otherwise known as SORPI, relating to NI water discharges. Enforcement action is taken against non-compliance. In line with DAERA's enforcement policy, the Northern Ireland Environment Agency undertake a range of enforcement actions, from warning letters, issue of statutory notices and also prosecutions.
Ms Dillon.
And thank the Minister for his answer. Minister, I'm sure you will be well aware, and I know you are because you were speaking on it, about the recent fish kills. And I think some of the concerns that people have around these issues are either do NIA take it seriously, or do they have the resource to be able to actually do something about it? And I've had many complaints where it has maybe been 2 days after a report of a fish kill before somebody comes out to look at it, and I don't think that that's good for anybody. So I'm just wondering, can you confirm then that you're content they have the powers, they perhaps just don't have the resources?
Minister.
Thank the member for her question, and it's a number of matters you have touched upon. Does Northern Ireland Environment Agency have the resources they need? No, they don't, but what I'm doing is I'm reprioritising within my department to give them what I can, and I'll be bidding in terms of future budgets for future years to see if we can further increase the resources within the Northern Ireland Environment Agency, because it's important that we have those resources so that they can respond to those incidents promptly. And it's really, really important I send a message today. If anyone's aware of any water pollution incidents, that they report it very, very promptly to the pollution hotline to enable a response in relation to that. So I've established that enforcement team in the Lough Neagh catchment area as a first step in terms of taking action around this. But I also want to take further measures, one of them which is in terms of review of the sentencing framework around environmental crime. And that's something I'm quite keen to do in conjunction with the Justice Minister, and it's absolutely fundamental we do that. And also we review the regulation around this issue. So it's something I'm putting a lot of effort in. The situation in terms of the fish kills that have been reported in recent days are something that really angers me, because this is something that's really damaged our environment, and it's something we need to address, and we need to ensure that we're taking action to prevent this ever occurring again.
Matthew Till.
Thank you, Speaker. Minister, the Spotlight programme in the last week has highlighted what we all knew but is much worse than we thought. Lough Neagh, indeed large parts of our environment, have become a wild west in terms of ecocide and environmental crime. Do you believe that this makes the case for speeding up the creation of an independent environment agency, and will you be bringing forward those plans to the executive forthwith?
Thank the member for his question. As the member will be aware, because his previous colleague held the Environment Ministry in terms of the issues around establishing an environmental protection agency, and that's something that I'm taking up in terms of environmental governance review. I intend to be making announcements over the time ahead in relation to next steps around this. It's important we follow due process and we ensure that if we're taking the road ahead in terms of establishing an independent environmental protection agency, because it's something I believe in, something within New Decade, New Approach, that we establish it correctly, it has the correct powers, and it has the ability to deliver for the people of Northern Ireland. So it's something I'm moving at pace, because I think it's important that we have an independent environmental protection agency. I have a lot of respect for the officials within the Northern Ireland Environment Agency, but ultimately I don't believe it should be part of my department. It should be independent, and we're taking action in relation to this. And I look forward to engaging with members and society on this issue over the time ahead, because I recognise the importance of it.
John Blair.
Mr. Speaker, and I welcome that answer from the Minister on the movement towards an independent environmental protection agency. Can I ask the Minister then, as that process takes place, if he will continue to engage with stakeholders in and around the Lough Neagh catchment area and include them in all policy discussions?
Thank the member for his question, and I will do that, and I am doing that because I think it's very important that there is stakeholder engagement around these issues. I'm aware of what was reported in the Spotlight programme a few weeks ago. This was extremely difficult and concerning viewing, not just for me, but I would say for the people of Northern Ireland, and I've been acting in relation to what was reported within that. As part of that, the Northern Ireland Environment Agency is now reviewing its protocols in terms of how it works with Northern Ireland Water in terms of enforcement of trade discharge consent breaches. We're also giving consideration to how do we monitor and also respond to cases of lower risk, but importantly, cumulative trade discharge consent breaches, because it's very important that we consider when there's cumulative breaches in relation to this. We're also doing work in terms of environmental governance, as I've outlined, in terms of the case for an independent environmental protection agency. And also I will be engaging with Moy Park, outlining my severe concern in relation to the pattern of cumulative breaches and seeking plans on how they swiftly intend to rectify these issues.
Mr. Speaker, and I thank the Minister for his answers so far. Everybody knows in here that it is concerning in terms of the information that's come out from Spotlight. We all get that. But when you see the likes of big companies and you see the likes of Northern Ireland Water essentially getting away with the fact that rivers are being polluted, not just, I suppose, in Lough Neagh, this could be happening elsewhere in Northern Ireland. How realistic do you think it is going to be, and when will you start to see enforcement actually happening on this issue, because this is vitally important?
Minister.
I thank the member for a question. It's important that enforcement action we take around environmental crime, and particularly in relation to water pollution, is fair and balanced. And I'm very aware of the concerns in relation to Northern Ireland Water and the arrangements in place known as SORPI between Northern Ireland Environment Agency and Northern Ireland Water. I made it clear in the documentary we need to call time on SORPI. I want to engage with the Minister for Infrastructure in relation to this issue, and I've been engaging with my officials on that, because the situation where Northern Ireland Water get essentially a bye ball for their pollution of our waterways needs to end.
Hunter.
Mr. Speaker, with your permission, I would like to answer questions 4 and 9 together. As announced in March 2022, the new Farm Sustainability Payment, which is planned to replace the basic payment scheme, will provide a balance between providing a safety net that will help a farm business withstand shocks that are beyond its ability to manage effectively, and also encouraging farm businesses to be sustainable, efficient, competitive and able to manage risk proactively. A public consultation on the policy proposal to increase the minimum claim size to 10 hectares took place in December 2021. The proposal in the consultation to increase the threshold to 10 generated a significant degree of stakeholder concern. Based on the consultation responses, the decision was announced in March 2022 that the minimum claim size would increase to 5 hectares. I am not currently planning to reverse the decision to increase the minimum claim size, and work is progressing to ensure that the secondary legislation requirements will be in place by the autumn. Based on the 2023 Basic Payment Scheme application data, the number of farm businesses that may be impacted by the move to 5 hectares of eligible land for the Farm Sustainability Payment Transition Payment and Farm Sustainability Payment is around 1,400. All land managers with 3 hectares or more of eligible land who meet the scheme requirements will be able to participate in the Farming with Nature package when it comes on stream.
Ms. Hunter.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. You touched there, Minister, about the consultation that you had. Can you give us a wee bit more detail on the work of your department on assessing the impact that this change would have on farmers, and will the Minister restore the previous minimum claim size of 3 hectares for farmers to access the payments?
Minister.
Thank the member for her question. There has been significant stakeholder engagement and consultation around this, and that's primarily through the Agriculture Policy Stakeholder Group. I'm aware of the figures in relation to the impact around this, but what I'm also trying to do is balance in terms of future farm support policy here in Northern Ireland. I do get some of the concerns in relation to support for horticulture, and it's something I'm further exploring with officials.
Thank the Minister for his response. Minister, there was families in my parents' generation and before that were reared in 1 acre, and you will be aware it's a unanimous view of the ERA committee to revert back to 3 hectares. So I just want you to consider that this will potentially knock 1,400 small farm businesses out out of business, with a knock-on impact for rural planning and vibrancy. I just want to ask you, will this come in by affirmative procedure, and will you reconsider your decision?
I thank the member for his question, and he outlines very clearly the case for 3 hectares in relation to this. What I'm happy to do is, in terms of my commitment to attend the committee, we commence on the 8th of July, is for this to be added onto the agenda, and we can have a further discussion around this, because I think most people know me, that I want to engage with people and find a way forward in terms of the future farm support development programme, where we all can buy in relation to this.
Tim Allister. Would the Minister explain to these small farmers why he and his department are against them? Because the inevitable consequence of this step is to financially drive these small farms out of business. Why does he want that?
Minister.
My department and myself are not against anyone, but what we're trying to do is find a balanced way forward, and the person in the chair will be aware of the issues that we're discussing in relation to this, and it's something I'm happy to further consider at the committee over the time ahead.
Nick Malthus.
Thank you, Mr Speaker, and I thank the Minister for his answers. Can the Minister confirm in a bit more detail what support is available to those farms impacted by the increase from 3 hectares to 5?
Thank the member for his question, and as outlined in the response, there is a Farm with Nature package which is a key intervention around this, and I'm keen to engage and see what support we can provide to specific sectors, particularly around horticulture.
Don Buchanan.
Mr Speaker, can the Minister advise what assessment he has done to determine the detrimental impact such a move may have on small farmer holdings who, despite being small in size, still produce quality meat to the food chain, which in turn provides an income for that small farm holding?
Minister.
I thank the member for his question. In relation to the amount of businesses that are affected by this is something I've already outlined to the committee, and my officials have engaged around that. The amount of businesses affected, I know that's relatively small, but I understand the case that's been made within this chamber, and I'm happy to engage in the committee on this issue so we can find a way forward.
Al Robinson.
Mr Speaker.
Littering is a blight on our precious environment, and I'm strongly committed to and actively working towards reducing the number of littering offences throughout Northern Ireland using a combined approach of legislation, education and enforcement. I'm aware of the continuing problem of litter, especially in the marine environment, and I'm conscious of the impacts of this along the beautiful beaches of the North Coast and our whole coastline. My department continues to work with our stakeholders such as Keep Northern Ireland Beautiful, Northern Ireland Water, the National Trust, the Causeway Coast and Glens Council to reduce the volume of litter entering our marine environment. In addition, legislation was introduced in December 2022 to increase the maximum fixed penalty notice that councils can set for littering offences from £80 to £200 to act as a stronger deterrent to littering. My department has also provided funding to a number of projects specifically aimed at tackling the problem of marine litter through the Marine Litter Capital Grant Scheme, which improves environmental management of local public areas by reducing marine litter. The draft Environmental Improvement Plan, which is subject to executive approval, includes a commitment to publish the first litter strategy for Northern Ireland, which includes strategies for tackling marine litter.
Mr Robinson.
Thank you, Minister, for your answer. Minister, what further message can this House send to those who come to our beaches and who think that it is okay to use it as an outdoor bin and therefore expect everyone else to clean up thereafter?
I think we have to send a united message from this House that it is wrong, and it's important to understand that there's penalties associated with that, and it's something I'm keen to work in conjunction with district councils to see what more we can do in relation to that. My department provides significant support, for example, to Keep Northern Ireland Beautiful, to tackle the scourge of littering at source. In the current financial year, Keep Northern Ireland Beautiful has been awarded funding of £816,000 through the Environment Fund. There's much we can do with our community, with our district councils, as MLAs ourselves, to stamp out this problem.
Philip McGuigan.
Minister will be aware that a massive EU study years ago eventually led to the introduction of what became known as the Single-Use Plastics Directives, a piece of legislation that was supposed to be transposed here a couple of years ago. Can I ask the Minister when we will get a ban on single-use plastics here so that the beaches in the North Coast and our environment as a whole will get protected from?
Minister.
For his question, it's something I'm working with officials and want to progress over the time ahead because I think it's important we use those legislative tools to address the issues that have been discussed in this chamber.
Thank you, Mr Speaker, and thank you, Minister. Can you please outline what funding has been provided through the Marine Litter Capital Grant Scheme to tackle this issue? Thank you.
My departments provide funding of approximately £622,000 to 67 projects across Northern Ireland over the lifetime of this scheme. The Marine Litter Capital Grant Scheme was launched for 3 years in 2021-22, with the third and final year of funding ending in March 2024. The aim of the scheme was to address and tackle the problem of litter entering our marine environments, causing harm to both marine biodiversity and the health and well-being of our communities. It also helped improve environmental management of local public areas to reduce marine litter.
Stuart Dixon.
While there are no quick fixes for the problems at Lough Neagh, I am pleased to provide an update on the actions my department is taking to tackle them. DAERA has led on the development of a report containing evidence-based actions to tackle the blue-green algae blooms in the loch and secure longer-term improvements in water quality across Northern Ireland. However, approval by the Executive of the draft Environmental Improvement Plan is key to taking a strategic approach to the issues facing Lough Neagh in the context of the wider catchment area. I will continue to engage with Executive colleagues to seek their approval for the draft EIP and also the Lough Neagh report. My department has also led on the soon-to-be-launched Small Business Research Initiative to explore potential solutions to treat and reduce blue-green algae blooms without impacting the natural environment of Lough Neagh and associated Northern Ireland waterways, and on the development of an interagency monitoring protocol to support the response to blue-green algae issues this year. The protocol has been published on DAERA's website and provides guidance on how the water users should consider blue-green algae risks, as well as detailing the department's monitoring response. I am also pleased to confirm that action on the ground has already commenced. For example, my department through CAFRE has already delivered nutrient management programmes for farmers and land managers targeted on Lough Neagh catchment areas. The Lough Neagh Report and Action Plan is a key report and it does need Executive approval. But there is many actions I am taking and I have outlined that to the Chamber. Key to that is the Future Farm Support Development Programme. This is a new way forward focused upon improved and sustainable productivity with environmental sustainability, building resilience, food security and effective functioning supply chains as the key parts of that. And farming with nature is a key component around that. There's many issues that we're doing. I'm also commissioning an independent scientific review of the impact of sand extraction upon Lough Neagh. I'm putting more resources and more regulation to the Lough Neagh catchment area, and I'm also scoping the expansion of the Sustainable Catchment Programme.
Time is up for questions to the Minister. Now move to topical questions, and I call Patsy Madlone.
Thank you. Minister, could you give us an update, please? You referred to it earlier there, an update on the Lough Neagh Action Plan as presented to the Executive on Thursday, please.
Thank the member for his question. I have the report here. It's ready to go. There's many actions my department's taken, and I've outlined some of those to Stuart Dixon. We have our Farm Support and Development Programme, a significant programme about turning around our farms towards an environmentally sustainable way forward, and it's been very, very well received, and I'm looking forward to continuing to deliver that. There's communications underway and planned around the area. The Soil Nutrient Health Scheme, training is planned with slurry contractors, the Small Business Research Initiative in terms of the utilisation of livestock slurry, independent scientific review of sand extraction, more resources for regulation and enforcement, and also scoping the expansion of the Sustainable Catchment Programme. And there's lots more. My department is getting cracking and moving on this, but I need Executive approval for the significant elements which are cross-cutting or new, such as, for example, establishing a model similar to the Forever Mourns partnership using the Innovation Lab, scoping a conservation management plan, investing in wastewater infrastructure, investing in a science platform, a grant programme to support organisations working to support better water quality in the Lough Neagh area, a sentencing framework review in terms of fines and penalties of environmental crime, action on septic tanks. This Executive will be judged on one thing: it's delivery. That's what I want to do.
Mr. Madlone.
Thanks, Minister. Could you give us an indication then, please, Minister, as to what the obstacles were to that action plan moving from the Executive on Thursday?
So I received some feedback in relation to the report, and I'm engaging with stakeholders on Wednesday. So I'm engaging with the Lough Neagh Partnership, I'm also engaging with Northern Ireland Environment Link, the EFU and NIAPA, and I'm looking forward to that engagement so we can get the report finalised by the end of this week, and hopefully the executive next week we can get it agreed, and we can give people in Northern Ireland hope. Hope that the scenes of last year, whilst we're aware that there is already blue-green algae blooms occurring in Lough Neagh, but hope that we're going to chart a course to turn this situation around. And I'm confident that we can do that, because together we can achieve so much more for the people of Northern Ireland. And let's get the report agreed, let's get the environmental improvement plan agreed, and let's actually show delivery, positive change for people in Northern Ireland.
Donny Donnelly.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thanks to the Minister for his answers so far. In recent weeks, thousands of fish have been killed in rivers across Northern Ireland. So I'd like to ask the Minister just for an update on the recent fish kill at the River Road that happened just a few days ago.
Thank the member for his question. The Lochs Agency was informed of a fish kill on a tributary of the River Roe near Burnfoot in Dungiven on the 14th of June and confirmed it as significant on the 15th of June. Lochs Agency is leading the investigation and have powers of investigation and enforcement under the Foyle Fisheries Act. The Northern Ireland Environment Agency will assist in the investigation as required.
Mr. Donnelly.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And just to follow up, just to ask the Minister if he's also aware of yet another pollution incident at the Loop River.
The pollution incidents that the members outlining are really concerning for me, and there's too many of them. And to have fish kills occurring days after each other is a real matter of concern, and that's why we need to take action in relation to this, and that's why it's important we get these plans agreed and we can turn the situation around. In relation to the Loop River, unfortunately I'm detailing to the House another water pollution incident. On Friday the 31st of May 2024, Northern Ireland Environment Agency received a water pollution report indicating that there was an odorous grey coloured material present in the Loop River in the Montgomery Road, Lattice Road area of Belfast. The Northern Ireland Environment Agency immediately deployed a water quality inspector to the area to confirm the report and assess the environmental impact. The water pollution was confirmed by the NEA inspector, and an investigation under the Water Order 1999 was initiated to attempt to identify the source. The area involved is largely an urbanised and industrial one, and the covered nature of the waterways and the sewage system in the area can make investigation more difficult. A number of samples were collected last week that allowed NEA inspectors to follow a definite line of inquiry regarding the source of the ongoing pollution. The company involved are investigating internally as a matter of urgency and dye testing and systematically closing down their production lines to attempt to identify the source of pollution that is being discharged to the Loop River. NEA inspectors are continuing to work with the company involved and will do so until the discharge is identified and stopped. NEA treat all aspects of live investigations as they are as sub judice whilst they remain ongoing, and I cannot provide further details at this time.
I call Jim Allister.
The Donaldson deal promised the establishment of an independent monitoring panel, in its words, to uphold the economic rights of the people of Northern Ireland and protect Northern Ireland's place in the Union. Today, Minister, in a written answer, you advised that you're unaware of the independent monitoring panel ever having been established. All these months on then, how does your department interact on these issues with the department, given the absence of this promised panel?
In terms of the member's question, I did previously write to the UK Government asking for an update in relation to that, and it is correct that the independent monitoring panel has not been established. But I don't need panels to engage with the UK Government, something I do very regularly, and before we were in the period of election I was doing almost daily. I have meetings every month with UK Government ministers, because I come to this job not going searching for problems. I go looking for solutions, and that's what my entire focus within this department is. Because I said at my first question time, and I'll say it here today, my ultimate aim in this ministry is to make the whole issue of EU exit extremely boring. And while other people go looking for problems, I go looking for solutions to deliver for the people of Northern Ireland, because they're tired of this. They're tired of people rehashing all arguments. What they want is people focused on delivery for the citizens of Northern Ireland. We just talked about Lough Neagh. We want to deliver on that. And if people want to rehash all arguments in terms of EU exit, that's up to them. I'm focused on solutions, and I'm doing good work in terms of veterinary medicines and other issues, because that's what I want to do as Minister.
Mr. Allister.
Given, Minister, that your powers and controls over the Irish border have been removed from you, how are you accountable to this House for the functions exercised by your department, over which apparently you have been denied access and control. What sort of democratic accountability is that?
Minister.
So I'm accountable to this House under matters which are under my direction and control, and I'm happy to answer any questions within this question time. What is the ultimate denial of democratic accountability? It was 2 years. 2 years where this Assembly didn't sit. We couldn't debate the issues we're debating today. We couldn't debate the state of our health service. We couldn't debate the situation in relation to education, nor even worse, could we do anything about it? And I think it's important that these institutions are back. We may have differences of views. We may debate things. We have way more powers than we had back from before February. And that's what I'm focused upon, is delivering with my executive colleagues on these issues. Because politics is about the art of the possible, not about blocking and stopping things.
Kate Nicholl.
Thank you, Minister. Minister, one of the issues that I'm raised, that constituents raise with me most often, is the issue of animal welfare. Are you able to update me on your planned approach for tackling this important issue?
I thank the member for a question. It is an important issue, and I'm very conscious of the challenges that I have within this department. But I'm not going to focus upon those. I'm going to focus on what I want to do around this. And there's a significant range of policy and legislation that I want to take forward. But I want to take a new approach to animal welfare and support, and I set this out here today. I want to engage with stakeholders around this through a process of co-design, so together we can agree a way forward in relation to this. We've fallen behind here in Northern Ireland around the protections against animal cruelty. And whilst within this first year we're taking action in terms of the Pet Abduction Bill, also in terms of taking forward Lucy's Law and further other measures, there's a lot more we need to do. So I'm going to engage in that process with stakeholders as we shape a new way forward to improve protection against animal cruelty. And nothing is off the table. Everything is for discussion, including a register of animal cruelty offenders. And that's something I want to consider, including the issue we talked about in terms of penalties. And that's something I'm very, very keen to explore, because I want to sit in the room, I want to work with stakeholders, and we can prioritise the way ahead. Because what we want to do is work with people, and we want to get the strongest protections against animal cruelty here in Northern Ireland.
Ms Nicholl.
Thank you, Minister, and it's really heartening to hear your plans for addressing this. Can I ask then what additional legislation or resources will be needed in order to carry out this work?
So in a short mandate we have two main challenges. One is in terms of the time for legislation, and that's why we will be looking at secondary legislation, because obviously that's something we can progress a bit quicker. We also will look at primary legislation in terms of bill. We'll also look at LCMs. I'm not precious, folks. Whatever we can do to protect against animal cruelty, I'm going to do it. I'll work with anyone, north, south, east, west. We'll also look at policy, that way we can do this. The main issue for me is around budget and the resources we can get. And I get the concerns in terms of district councils, in terms of the funding. That's why I'm bidding as part of due monitoring. I'm also getting the concerns from animal welfare charities and the pressure under. And that's what we'll be looking in terms of monitoring around and budget bids in terms of how we can support this. But I'm going to use every opportunity available to take forward actions in relation to this. But most importantly, I want to work with stakeholders, because there's a long list of what needs done, because this place hasn't sat for many years, and I want to work with them so we can together prioritise what we want to do over the time ahead.
David Honeyford.
Mr Speaker, in my old council area last week we unfortunately witnessed yet again an all-familiar occurrence on the Glenavy River, with thick brown waste being emptied into the river, causing devastation to the environment and causing a massive fish kill. Can the Minister give us an update of what actions have been taken by his department?
Minister.
The Northern Ireland Environment Agency received a report of pollution affecting several miles of the Glenavy River, County Antrim, at 7:20 on Wednesday night last week. 2 water quality inspectors were immediately deployed to the area, where they confirmed a fish kill and began an investigation. Inspectors returned to the site on Thursday to continue the investigation, which is currently ongoing, and I met the staff there. DAERA Inland Fisheries staff completed an assessment of the extent of the Glenavy fish kill on the 13th of June. The fish kill assessment confirmed a major fish kill along a 4-kilometre stretch of the Glenavy River. A total of 522 brown trout of various age classes and 1 European eel were confirmed to have been killed. If there's any motivator to take action in relation to water pollution, this is it.
David Honeyford.
I thank the Minister for his answer, and I appreciate that he quickly went to the scene to witness himself and the passion he spoke about it. But can I ask the Minister, would he agree to meet and listen directly to the local Conservation Anglican Club there, who've done a great job in recent years to try and manage this section of river?
Thank the member for his supplementary question. And I am quite passionate about this. People probably guess that, because I was meeting with the anglers back last week, and I was told of a story where children as young as 5 were witnessing the death of the fish as a result of the fish kill, gasping for air, and the children had to be brought inside the youth group as a result of that. And the issue is that we have an opportunity here in Northern Ireland to chart a different direction in relation to water quality, and I hope that we're able to do that over the time ahead. My department is leading in relation to many actions, as I've outlined to the Chamber today. I gave a commitment at the time when I was down there to meet up with the local angling group, and I will give it to you today that I will meet up with them over the weeks ahead so we can work together to restore fish stocks in the river, because it's important we do that.
On Chambers.
If he has given any consideration to amending the animal welfare legislation to remove the exemption of unnecessary suffering in relation to hunting with dogs.
Minister.
Thank the member for his question, and as I said, we're going to enter into a process of co-design with the animal welfare organisations over the time ahead, and I'm very keen to discuss all of that. What I'm also aware is my colleague sitting beside me, John Blair, has done excellent work in relation to this issue in terms of a private member's bill, and hope he's able to bring it back, and hope that people in this chamber are able to support it, because it's a long time that we outlawed this barbaric practice here in Northern Ireland. And whether it's by John or by me, I will be taking action in relation to this, because Northern Ireland should be ashamed of what's been happening in our past here around this issue.
Mr. Chambers.
Minister, agree that if Section 53(1) of the current legislation was removed, it would actually avoid the need for the creation of a new piece of legislation?
I'm happy to consider that issue, but also happy to see what the views of other parties are in relation to this, because whilst many people here talk about their commitments towards animal welfare, when the people were voting in relation to this bill at the last mandate, it didn't match it.
Stuart Dixon.
Minister, could you outline to the House what your environmental improvement plan entails?
Less than a minute, Minister.
Thank you very much. The Environmental Improvement Plan has 6 strategic environmental outcomes, and I'll write to the member to outline those. On the 24th of March 2022, Minister Edwin Poots MLA gave his approval to the Environmental Improvement Plan and wrote to executive colleagues. He made a statement to the Assembly. It was the last sitting of this Assembly. It was on Thursday the 24th of March. And the Minister outlined, our environment affects every aspect of our existence. It is central to all of our life, and what we do, what we eat, how we work and where we live and play is unquestionably our most precious asset. He commended it to the Assembly. I commend it to the Executive.
That brings to a conclusion questions to the Minister. Doug Beattie has given notice of an urgent oral question to the Minister of Justice. I would remind members that if they wish to ask a supplementary question, they should rise continually in their places. The member who tabled the question will be called automatically to ask a supplementary. Clerk, please read the question.
To ask the Minister of Justice for an update on the operational capacity of the Police Ombudsman's Office, following reports that the Ombudsman is on extended absence due to illness.
I call the Minister of Justice.
As advised, there will be no significant operational impact on the Office's capacity due to the Police Ombudsman's absence. The Ombudsman has delegated her powers to the Senior Director of Investigations pursuant to paragraph 9 of Schedule 3 of the Police Northern Ireland Act 1998.
Mr. Beattie.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I thank the Minister. And I'm sure we can all agree that the Police Ombudsman is a critical role, and we want to make sure that we safeguard that position. So can I just ask the Minister, was there a risk assessment conducted, and by whom, on whether the Ombudsman should be exercising the powers of her office while apparently under criminal investigation, and was her security vetting reviewed?
Minister.
Mr. Speaker, it would be inappropriate for me to comment on the specifics of the case to which the member refers. First of all, it is a personnel matter, and secondly, it relates to an ongoing police investigation, and therefore I have nothing further to add to my original comment.
Can the Minister confirm that all directors and senior officials are currently in place and at work if the Ombudsman herself is not?
Minister.
The Ombudsman's office she has been undergoing an appointment process to replace the Chief Executive Office and has identified a candidate for that role. They have not yet started in post.
Jerry Kelly.
I thank the Minister for answers so far. Just in terms of capacity and with the Ombudsman gone, what does it mean? I presume there's a backlog from the legacy bill, a backlog of reports and investigations completed, and will it affect the release of those reports?
There is a legal duty on the Ombudsman's office that I mentioned earlier during questions to comply with requests from the ICRIR, and the office will continue to do that. In terms of their assessment, they have advised us there will be no significant operational impact on the office's capacity due to the police ombudsman's absence due to illness. If that changes, I would expect the department to be duly informed.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you, Minister. As the Ombudsman is appointed by the First Minister and Deputy First Minister, can you please outline what discussions have taken place between the Department of Justice and the Executive Office on this issue? Thank you.
Minister.
The Ombudsman's office is, the Ombudsman herself is a corporation sole in that she is entirely independent and is appointed by the Executive Office. The Office of the Ombudsman has an oversight function from the Ombudsman herself, but in terms of its accountability and sponsor branch responsibilities to the Department of Justice. I have kept the Executive Office updated as to developments over recent months and have written to them. I'm writing to them again today in light of the recent illness of the Ombudsman to keep them informed. Any decision in relation to the future of the current Ombudsman would be a matter for the Executive Office and not a matter for the Department of Justice.
Matthew O'Toole.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Minister, I acknowledge obviously there is a confidentiality issue around the private matters of a public servant in this case, but can I ask that should this case develop over the summer, acknowledging there is a division of labour, as it were, between your department and the Executive Office, that MLAs are urgently communicated with should the status of the Ombudsman change or any other development occur?
Well, I think our commitment will be to keep members appraised as is appropriate under the current situation. There are legally complex matters as well as very personal matters at play in this, and it is important that we respect the privacy but also the process that is underway at the moment.
Jim Allister.
With the West Midlands investigation stalled by the proclaimed illness of the Ombudsman, surely it is untenable for this office to continue rudderless with no Ombudsman and no Chief Executive. Doesn't the Ombudsman need to step aside?
Mr.
Whether the Ombudsman chooses to step aside or not is, in the first instance, a matter for the Ombudsman, and in the second instance is a matter for the Executive Office and the First and Deputy First Minister. With respect to the investigation, I'm not sure what briefing the member has had, but I'm not aware that the investigation has been stalled. And moreover, I think it's important that while there is a live investigation, people say less rather than more in respect of it.
Mr. Speaker, and I thank the Minister for confirming the recruitment in terms of the vacancy of the Chief Executive's office, but could she confirm, are all other director and senior management posts within the Ombudsman's office currently filled and operational in the absence of the Ombudsman?
Minister.
At this stage, I have only been briefed on the new Chief Executive role because that is the new role that is being brought to bear. The Ombudsman had taken forward a process to recruit a new Chief Executive and that has now completed. And obviously it is a matter now for the Ombudsman to run the office and as I say, that is being done in her absence due to illness by delegation of her powers to the Senior Director of Investigations.
Dr. Aiken.
Thank you, Minister, for your comments so far. But for clarification, so the Ombudsman is currently on sick leave. It's currently under investigation. The Chief Executive post is currently absent and a recruitment process has been started. The person who's responsible for the Chief Executive's post, that has been delegated. Who gave the authority for that position to be delegated to such a senior position? And where is the oversight of the Ombudsman's department? There doesn't seem to be any oversight here at all.
Minister.
Well, to correct the member, what I said was that the Ombudsman is now on extended absence due to illness. I said that the recruitment of a new chief executive had concluded, not started, and the Ombudsman delegated her powers to the Senior Director of Investigations pursuant to paragraph 9 of Schedule 3 of the Police Northern Ireland Act 1998, which she has the power to do.
That brings to a conclusion questions to the Minister. If the members would take their ease while we change the top table.
Ladies and gentlemen, just to remind you, we're now going back to the question on the order paper and the motion promoting on farm investment. I'm going to put the question again, that the motion on this, the motion standing on the order paper be agreed. All those in favour say aye. All those against say no. Right. So, clear the lobbies. The question will be put in 3 minutes. Order, order. Members will resume their seats. Thank you, John. Okay. Order. The question is that the motion on promoting on-farm investment be agreed. All those in favour say aye. Aye. Those contrary say no. Can you be a bit more enthusiastic on your noes? Do we have tellers? Order. Ladies and gentlemen, tellers have been appointed as follows. Tellers for the ayes are Tom Buchanan and David Brooks. Tellers for the noes are Owen Tennyson and Connie Egan. Clear the lobbies. The Assembly will divide. Ayes to my right, noes to my left. Secure the doors. Order, order. Members, could you please resume your seats?
"68 members voted, 50 members voted aye, 18 members voted no. The motion is carried.
The motion is carried. Therefore, unfasten the doors. Right, next item in order, All Ireland Cancer Research. Ladies and gentlemen, the next item in the order paper is a motion for the All Ireland Cancer Research Cooperation. Ready to go?
That this Assembly notes the recent report from the All Ireland Cancer Research Institute on the state of the oncology research industry recognises the need for greater cooperation in cancer research on the island of Ireland, further recognises that clinical experts in this field have stated that developing oncology innovation clusters by pooling resources could help to drive research and investment in oncology domestically and internationally, calls on the Department of Health to engage meaningfully with the Department of Health in Dublin to consider opportunities for increasing North-South cooperation in developing innovative research into cancer prevention, treatments and interventions on the island, and further calls on the Minister of Health to subsequently update the Committee for Health on that engagement.
Can I call on Liz Kimmins to move the motion, please?
Moved.
Thank you. The Business Committee has agreed to allow to 1 hour 30 minutes for this debate. The proposer of the motion will have 10 minutes to propose and 10 minutes to wind. As an amendment has been selected and is published on the Marshall list, The Business Committee has agreed that 15 minutes will be added to the total time for the debate. Please open the debate on the motion.
Over 50,000 people across Ireland are diagnosed with cancer every year, with 1 in 2 people likely to have cancer during their lifetime. And this is particularly as we have a growing ageing population with people living longer. However, due to innovation and research, cancer survival rates have doubled in the last 40 years as new and more innovative treatments and technologies are developed, which help to diagnose and treat cancers and extend life expectancy for many people. Here in Ireland, we have huge talent and expertise in life and health sciences and cancer research, and therefore have a real opportunity to be world leaders in the field. At present, operating as 2 separate jurisdictions has major drawbacks, and we need to realise our full potential through collaboration and coalescence on an all-island basis in order to move at pace in research and developing innovation in cancer care. Professor Mark Lawler is a highly regarded and well-known scientist with over 30 years' experience in cancer research, and he has outlined the need to supercharge cancer research, which he firmly believes will improve cancer care. And he has been leading the way through his work in establishing the eHealth Hub for Cancer, bringing together the cancer community across Ireland to work together in cancer research through the use of data. And this is just one example of the innovation that is happening both north and south. And the recent report by the All-Ireland Cancer Research Institute on all-island oncology research strongly affirms the benefits of this approach for a number of reasons. For one, it is clear that cancer does not recognise borders. We must take the politics out of healthcare and do what will help us to achieve the best outcomes for all our patients. Ireland, north and south, has over 120,000 people employed in the life and health sciences sector. Some of its biggest growth is in the area of precision oncology, which focuses on cancer treatments tailored to individual patients. This has significantly enhanced cancer management, but also has the potential to revolutionise cancer care across our island. We currently have 172 oncology and digital health companies operating across Ireland, with the majority of these homegrown firms that are operating also on the global stage. And as well as this, some of the most prestigious universities in the world, providing us with a significant advantage in terms of oncology research. One of which is the Patrick G. Johnson Centre for Cancer Research at Queen's University here in Belfast. And next week, I'm delighted that the Health Committee will be doing a joint visit to Queen's with the Oireachtas Health Committee to learn more about the facility and the importance of all-island research. And I really look forward to that, particularly on the back of today's debate. The AICRI report describes how the development of an all-island innovation cluster would bring together academia, industry and healthcare professionals, and this undoubtedly would be a game changer for cancer research and care. Additionally, this would also drive inward investment to the sector, further enhancing the possibilities around cancer research and ultimately improving our ability to understand and find treatments to various cancers. Increased collaborative working like this will benefit everyone on our island, and we are already seeing how well this works when we look at the North West Cancer Centre at Altnagelvin and the Children's Cardiology Unit at St Vincent's Hospital in Dublin, both of which are providing life-saving care to patients from all corners of Ireland. We do not need to reinvent the wheel. We have access to all the tools. We just need to think strategically and pool our resources for the benefit of all our citizens. As we look at the huge pressures on our health service, particularly around cancer waiting lists, in the context of major financial challenges, it is abundantly clear that we need to think outside the box to deliver for patients. Bringing together the existing strengths and synergies from both North and South will give us the best opportunity to save lives and potentially slow down the devastation this cruel disease causes to so many families. And very few of us in this chamber will not have been touched by this in some way. We must use every resource available. We cannot be short-sighted when it comes to life and death. And I was very encouraged by the Minister's words in his first address to this Assembly, when he highlighted how he wishes to focus on cancer during his term of office. And I sincerely hope that he will engage with his counterparts in the South as part of this work to progress this crucial opportunity, which will inevitably transform cancer care for generations to come.
Thank you. I call Diane Dodds to move the amendment. Moved.
Thank you. You will have 10 minutes to propose and 5 minutes to wind. All other speakers in the debate will have 5 minutes. Diane Dodds.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker. And I rise to propose the amendment today. But before we get on to the meat of the amendment, I want us to focus on what is the real enemy here, and that is cancer, which affects everyone regardless of race, creed or religion. Macmillan Cancer estimates that cancer kills 167,000 people throughout the United Kingdom every year. That is a colossal death toll. And in bringing our amendment, we fully recognise that there is clearly work to be done across all jurisdictions within the British Isles, and that includes Northern Ireland, mainland Great Britain and also the Republic of Ireland. And I hope that on this subject we can park those aspirations that are more political and agree that whatever our views, that we can welcome cooperation across all of these jurisdictions in the fight against cancer. So our amendment, just without doing damage to the original motion, simply includes the crucial east-west dimension with Great Britain, and we firmly believe that cooperation and collaboration is the best way forward. In bringing this amendment also, we felt that we should not lose focus on global cooperation and the benefits that we have from being part of UK-wide structures and networks with that global outreach. Last week at the Cancer Focus event, I had the opportunity to speak to Professor Mark Lawler, and we discussed some of the aspects of cooperation in terms of cancer research. And Professor Lawler at that event also impressed upon me, and Minister, I hope you take cognizance in this, the importance of a cancer research strategy for Northern Ireland itself. Now, I know that this is suggested in the broader Northern Ireland cancer strategy, but we need to see cancer research, as the Queen's University briefing paper for this debate indicates, as a necessity and not a luxury, and not something that we can dispense with or do without. The cancer strategy proposes implementing the recommendations of the Oncology Service Transformation Project and extending acute oncology services throughout the weekend. So these are practical things that we can do, I think, fairly simply. It also supports increasing per capita spend on cancer research, increasing the number of Northern Ireland patients participating in clinical trials and receiving access to novel therapeutic agents and techniques. It recognises that we cannot offer every service we might wish in Northern Ireland, and that patients will sometimes need to travel for more specialist services. And sadly, that can be too often the case for children's oncology services. We also know, as the former speaker has said, that 1 in 2 people will develop cancer during their lifetime. And these are frightening statistics. And while there are huge opportunities north and south, the battle against cancer is a worldwide one. And our experts need to be sharing and collaborating with colleagues and counterparts throughout the world. For an issue where research and innovation is so critical, we here in Northern Ireland benefit from access to the very best academic institutions. We are fortunate that in the United Kingdom that our universities regularly feature in the lists of the top 10 universities throughout the world. Northern Ireland is part of the UK Clinical Research Collaboration, a partnership of the main stakeholders who fund clinical research in the United Kingdom. So, in putting forward the motion, what we want to do is recognise that research in cancer and across all these tumour sites and the complexity of cancer is something that we share not just north and south of the border, but throughout the United Kingdom and indeed throughout the world. But we should also recognise that in Northern Ireland, that we are recognised internationally for the quality of cancer research, which translates into better care for cancer patients, delivered through the Patrick Johnstone Centre at Queen's University. Cancer research at Queen's has led to a number of really breakthrough treatments, and these include the DNA sequencing of tumours of 70% of all Northern Ireland cancer patients, which enables novel cancer therapies to be more available to more than 4,000 cancer patients per year in Northern Ireland. It includes practice-changing radiotherapy trials, including one which has reduced the number of cycles of radiotherapy needed to treat prostate cancer from 39 down to 5. Much greater convenience for patients, but much saving in time and funding for the NHS. These treatments are exceptional in such a small place as Northern Ireland, and we should not forget the development of the Future Medicines Institute initiative. This is a joint vision of Northern Ireland Precision Biomarkers and Therapeutics Consortium, which is a group involving industry and our universities, and where we can develop new technologies, drive productivity, and de-risk research and development efforts through collaborative working and sharing of technologies and resources. Under the planned model, the Future Medicines Institute will operate as a research hotel, allowing rapid access for companies to shared resources. And the Belfast Region City and Growth Deal represents a really timely and neat fit for this kind of visionary work. Here in Northern Ireland, companies are also able to tap into a wealth of experience from academics, with better access to biobanks, product development or analysis, and equipping researchers with future skills. The overall goal is generating new therapies and diagnostics through an integrated pipeline. I think in concluding on the amendment, Mr. Deputy Speaker, we have to recognise that cancer knows no boundaries, and whether those be social, political, geographic, and that the world of research is increasingly smaller with greater collaboration right across the world. And as one who for many years was involved in the Horizon project as my time in the European Parliament, I understand the benefit of research on a global scale, as well as north and south and within the United Kingdom. So I hope that in recommending the amendment to the House, that the House will recognise that this is not to do damage to the original motion, but to widen and give voice to all of the types of collaboration and research that we should be looking at in the fight against cancer.
Thank you. I call Danny Donnelly.
Thank you, Mr. Deputy Speaker. I welcome this debate today, and I thank both the Sinn Féin members for bringing forward the motion and the DUP members for their amendment, and we will be supporting both. In Northern Ireland, almost 10,000 people are diagnosed with cancer every year. That's over 20 people every day. With our growing and ageing population, more of us are being diagnosed with cancer at some point in our lives. It's particularly concerning that following research from Queen's University and the Northern Ireland Cancer Registry, that between 1993 and 2019, there has been a 20% increase in cancers diagnosed in people aged 18 to 49. There are a greater number of cancers being diagnosed at an early age, in addition to their frequency. With all of this in mind, the urgent priority of the new Health Minister must be the full implementation of the cancer strategy and all of the objectives within it, and I've welcomed the comments he's already made about his commitment to cancer. The motion asks us to note the recent All-Ireland Cancer Research Institute report, and I would recommend it to all members. The report calls for a number of actions and recommendations, largely based around greater All-Ireland cooperation. In many respects, closer cooperation between the two jurisdictions on this island makes sense, and there is already a desire for cooperation outside the political sphere, including with academics from various further education institutions and through many industries that are based on the island, and particularly in the Republic. The main recommendation of the report is an all-island oncology innovation cluster, taking in experts in various fields, both sides of the border, to play a key role in further developing research and development around oncology. This could harness the strengths of both countries. As the report highlights, Northern Ireland has strengths in terms of our indigenous companies, as well as digital health and diagnostics, while the Republic of Ireland has strengths in terms of digital infrastructure and drug manufacturing. This would need to be accompanied by a supportive infrastructure, such as the establishment of a national biobanking infrastructure, building on the Northern Ireland Biobank model. The report also calls for increased research and development funding, which is important given that both parts of Ireland lag behind the rest of Europe in terms of R&D funding. Potential sources of funding include the EU's Peace Plus programme, the Irish Government's Shared Island Fund, and Project Ireland 2040 funds. As the motion states, much of this is dependent on direct engagement between the Departments of Health here and in Dublin, and the mechanisms are already there for cross-border cooperation, including the North-South Ministerial Council. And as a member of the Health Committee, I would reiterate the motion's call for the Minister to update both this Assembly, and in particular the Health Committee, on his engagement with the Irish Government in terms of advancing the recommendations of this report. As the Chair of the Health Committee has already mentioned, next week we have a joint visit with the Health Committee from the Oireachtas to the Queen's University Cancer Research Centre, and I look forward to that. Turning to the amendment, we welcome any cooperation and meaningful engagement with the intention of advancing research into cancer prevention and treatment across both these islands. Cooperation on an east-west basis should be promoted, not least because of the necessary funding must be provided by Westminster. This should be a priority not just for the Health Minister, but for those MPs who represent Northern Ireland in the next Parliament. The report we are discussing today specifically relates to North-South cooperation, and any equivalent research into East-West cooperation would also be welcome. For these reasons, we are content to support both the original motion for Sinn Féin and the amendment from the DUP. Both have similar objectives in terms of improving cooperation between ourselves and other jurisdictions in the UK and Ireland for the important purpose of improving and developing cancer research. Thank you.
Thank you. I call Tom Elliott.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker, and I welcome the debate here today. And obviously, it's something that affects every family in the community, and that is cancer. But obviously, cancer research is a significant aspect to try and improve the lives of many of our community. But it goes without saying that cancer is one of our greatest health challenges, and it causes immense concern, suffering, and sadly cuts far too many lives short. The fact that it is wholly indiscriminate, affecting anyone in the population from the oldest to the youngest, means it is a particularly cruel and unrelenting disease. As we stand here today, improvements in cancer outcomes are still unacceptably slow. But importantly, we also need to consider the huge gains that are being made. Even though record numbers of people are being diagnosed each year, we need to look at the huge improvements that have been made over recent decades. More and more people are surviving a cancer diagnosis. We are in an era of constant advances in new drugs and cutting-edge treatments. Every single day in Northern Ireland, people are beating cancer, but there's still so much more that we can be doing. And that's where the ongoing focus on research and development comes in. There is science and data today that in the not-too-distant past, none of us would have been able to imagine. But we need to be able to effectively harness that. And Northern Ireland has been long recognised as a global leader in its sheer brilliance in cancer research. Thanks to some of the incredibly pioneering work undertaken locally, countless lives have been saved within the community. Despite the incredibly difficult challenges facing cancer services across Northern Ireland right now, more types of cancer are being detected, with many others being prevented from developing in the first place. And where cancer is confirmed, treatments are becoming increasingly targeted and effective. But as I have said, there's much more we can do. We need to drive this progress even faster, and I have no problem whatsoever in saying that
every avenue should be pursued. That includes the All-Ireland cooperation as well as the East-West cooperation, as has been referenced. Indeed, from evidence that the House has received previously, it is my understanding that Northern Ireland is already closely linked in with the United Kingdom research developments. And because of the difference in population, the United Kingdom is quickly establishing itself as a global leader in cancer research. Cancer doesn't recognise borders, and so in our efforts to tackle it, we mustn't allow the borders to become a barrier either. Thankfully, in Northern Ireland, I am glad that there is regular cross-border working and collaboration, not least with the likes of the incredible work of the North West Cancer Centre. But there's still more to be done, and between working in cooperation with academia, with the commercial industry and with government itself, we must leave no stone unturned, and that includes the cooperation with all of our nearest neighbours. Thank you, Deputy Speaker.
Thank you. I call Colin McGrath.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. And in speaking to this motion today, I want to begin by paying tribute to the many people who work tirelessly to eradicate this disease from our community. And whilst Northern Ireland is known for many things, we have lots of natural landscapes and very iconic structures, and they automatically make us think of home. There is one building that will not feature on any of those advertisements, and it has been referenced already. It's nestled on the Lisburn Road as part of Queen's University, and it's the Patrick G. Johnson Centre for Cancer Research. The building is named for the former Vice-Chancellor of Queen's, who pioneered so much by way of cancer research and tragically passed away in 2014. So how can we as legislators from our many and different backgrounds and different political views support those researchers and clinicians who harness the ability to care for or even to cure what was once a death sentence? Cancer, after all, does not recognise political opinions or constitutional positions. It's also indiscriminate in the age profile of its victims. And like other sicknesses, once it takes hold, it does so with relentless venom. Cancer, when diagnosed, brings home one of the greatest fears that we as humans can have, to be told that our life might be limited. And when people have cancer, they simply want to know, can they be cured? Can they get rid of it? Can they get on with living rather than having to face dying? So today's motion is a welcome one. It recognises that we are too small in Northern Ireland to be able to challenge the scourge of cancer alone, and understands that we are better when we work together and challenge cancer together. The amendment suggests that we should be working on a United Kingdom and all-island basis, and I take no issue with that. When I think of family members who have received a cancer diagnosis, I wouldn't have cared where the cure came from. I just was interested in them getting back to good health as quickly as possible. And if we look for a little moment just at the reality of cancer, I'm going to focus just on that of skin cancer. It's the most common cancer across the north, with over 4,000 new cases each year. And the cost of treating the condition is currently £21 million per year and rising. At least 50% of skin cancers are preventable, yet the cost of treating skin cancer has increased 10 times over in the last decade due to the cost of chemotherapy increasing. Meanwhile, we have a skin cancer prevention strategy and an action plan which expires in September. And the previous Health Minister has confirmed to me that the Department cannot review how effective that strategy was due to other pressing demands. It's anticipated that melanoma cases in the north will increase by 28% in the next 12 years, which will increase those costs by almost £4 million per year at least. So where will the money come to fund skin cancer prevention and that extra care that is needed? And it's not missed on me that the motion comes today from the party that has responsibility for finances and asks for better outcomes for cancer, which is managed by a strategy that is underfunded. We need to cooperate together. We need to cooperate better and get the most out of those budgets. We know that the Patrick Johnson Centre do groundbreaking research, so why can we not help to fund them, given that we do so at present, that we do not do so at present? We have to do this to be able to try and fight cancer. If we focus on working with each other as opposed to against each other, then we should be able to help that fight against cancer. So let's get real about our budgets and do what we can. All of us have known fellow MLAs, family, friends, people that are kind, honest and compassionate people who have died from this indiscriminate and conniving and cheating disease. And I'm just going to a personal reflection. In just about 2 weeks' time, it will be 29 years from my father died from cancer, which meant that for most of my adult life, I have never known my father. And that is just a story that each and any one of us would be able to tell, because it does impact us. So let's honour their memory and work together to end this disease once and for all.
Thank you. And I call Stuart Dixon.
Thank you very much, Deputy Speaker. Deputy Speaker, as members have already said around this chamber this afternoon, cancer knows no borders. Our fight against it must be equally boundless. I had the pleasure recently of attending the Cancer Knows No Borders conference in Dublin, and that was an inspirational event, bringing together researchers and cancer professionals from Northern Ireland, the Republic of Ireland, England, Scotland and Wales, and most importantly, the United States of America. That was vitally important for that event. By uniting our resources, expertise and knowledge, an all-island cancer strategy can help us advance cancer research and provide better outcomes for patients across this island. Oncology clusters could bring together research institutions, healthcare providers and the private industry. They could drive innovation, attract investment and create high-value jobs. Collaboration will ensure the latest treatments and technologies are accessible to all people on this island and wider afield. The success of the Northern Ireland US National Cancer Institute Cancer Consortium, born out of the Good Friday Agreement, shows what we can achieve together. Their partnership has delivered high-quality research, including students from both sides of the border. However, there is much still to do. Patients from the Republic of Ireland often travel to Northern Ireland for treatment, but rarely vice versa. Aside from a few initiatives like the Congenital Heart Disease Network and the North West Cancer Centre in Derry, there's minimal cross-border collaboration in cancer policy or research. Currently, Northern Ireland's cancer statistics are amongst the worst in the UK. As part of Europe, increased cross-border collaboration could improve these standards. Meaningful engagement between the Department of Health in Northern Ireland and the Department of Health in Dublin is crucial, and I would encourage the Minister to take up that work. By working together, we should be making significant strides in cancer prevention, treatment and care. Sharing knowledge and funding allows governments to fight cancer together rather than competing against each other. It means committing to a future where our collective efforts in cancer research are unified and strengthened. This is about improving health outcomes. It's about showing that we can unite for the greater good beyond our political differences. I want to thank, Mr. Speaker, those charities in Northern Ireland that work tirelessly outside of government to fundraise. Every penny that's raised, whether it's to support patients, whether it's to buy items of equipment which the government and department can't provide or provide extra, and particularly those charities in Northern Ireland that fund research. They produce hundreds of thousands of pounds a year, and we must pay tribute to the work that they do. So finally, Mr. Speaker, I want to say that despite the excellent work of the Northern Ireland Cancer Registry in its analysis of cancer statistics across Northern Ireland, until we share those statistics meaningfully and regularly across the whole of the United Kingdom, and this comes to the point of the amendment today, we are not going to be able to place Northern Ireland in the UK context, in the European context of our cancer statistics. And I would encourage the Minister in his response to say what work he is going to do to ensure that we knit our statistics into those national and international statistics so that Northern Ireland's cancer statistics can stand up and be measured. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you. I call Pat Sheehan.
Cian Corla. I doubt if there's anyone on this island who hasn't been affected by cancer, either directly or through a family member or friend being diagnosed with cancer. And great strides have been made in terms of preventative measures, early diagnosis, and in the treatment of this disease. However, a diagnosis of cancer is still guaranteed to strike terror into most individuals and to create upheaval within families. And I know from my own personal experience how difficult it can be. My own wife, Siobhan, was diagnosed with aggressive breast cancer in 2002. And after surgery for a mastectomy, the next 4 years were spent attending appointments in the Bridgewater Suite in Belfast City Hospital for chemotherapy and Beaver Park Hospital for radiotherapy. And of course, Siobhan had to deal with all the side effects of those treatments, the sickness and nausea, the hair loss, the joint pain, the weakness, and the extreme fatigue. And at one stage, we had to go to Dublin in an ambulance because Siobhan needed a treatment for metastatic cancer. The cancer had spread to her brain. Because she had already received a full blast of radiotherapy, any further radiotherapy had to be very precise and targeted beams of radiation known as stereotactic radiotherapy, and it wasn't available here in the north at that time, so we had to travel to Dublin. Thankfully now that treatment is available in the north, but unfortunately my wife died in 2006, and it's not an experience I would like to repeat again, especially having to go in and tell a 6-year-old that his mother had died during the night. So my story isn't by any means unique. Many people have gone through the same and worse. And it makes sense, therefore, that on such a small island, we should pool our resources, not just in delivering treatment to those suffering from cancer and other diseases and ailments, but also makes sense to collaborate in areas of research, innovation and best practice. If our objective is to reduce the number of people diagnosed with preventable cancers, to improve survival and to improve the experience of people diagnosed with cancer, then collaborative working between North and South is not only desirable, it should be an absolute imperative. And it shouldn't stop there. Ireland has the skill set, technology and infrastructure to become a world leader in innovative cancer research. But there's also a need for greater collaboration on a global level with the US and the EU. And there's absolutely no reason why this island can't be a world leader in cancer research. There's still a long way to go to eliminate the scourge of cancer, but cooperation and collaboration is the only way forward.
Thank you. I now call on the Minister of Health, Mike Nesbitt, to respond. Minister, you will have up to 15 minutes.
Deputy Speaker, thank you very much, and can I thank all the members who contributed to this debate. As has been made clear by many members, everybody knows somebody who's been impacted: friend, sibling, loved one, child, parent. I've spoken previously of my paternal grandmother and a slow, painful and frankly undignified death from bowel cancer. So it does impact, as Mr McGrath hinted, on mental health, on finances, on future life choices. It impacts on so many others, family members who become carers, parents who have to tell their 6-year-old that their mother passed away in the night. And to Mr Sheehan, I extend extend my total sympathy. As Health Minister, I want to tell you I'm committed to doing everything within my power to ensure we can improve outcomes for those who are impacted by cancer. And for better outcomes, those three words will be my mantra, my test, and my yardstick to judge everything I do. It's clear to me Northern Ireland must find new and innovative treatments and care pathways if it is to improve outcomes for cancer patients. I'm also clear we cannot work in isolation if we want to achieve that aim. Collaboration is essential, and that includes collaboration with our neighbours north-south as well as east and west. And for the avoidance of doubt, Deputy Speaker, I have no political or ideological objection to north-south cooperation. As the Chair said, we have to take politics out of healthcare, and I am determined to do that. I'm becoming familiar with the work of the All-Ireland Cancer Research Institute. I know it published in recent months calling for greater cooperation across the island on cancer research, on innovation and on care. And one of my first meetings as Minister was with Professor Lawler as we celebrated 30 years of the Cancer Registry. I'm pleased to be able to advise my department is already working closely with the Department of Health in the Republic to look at ways we can cooperate to deliver cancer services. And the North West Cancer Centre, as has been mentioned, is a key example of this, with patients from the Republic accessing services there. And likewise, we have patients travelling to Dublin for specialist treatment. We opened the North West Cancer Centre at Altnagelvin Hospital in 2016. It provides outpatients, systemic anti-cancer therapy and radiotherapy services to approximately 500,000 people, including patients in County Donegal, with the centre treating approximately 250 people from the Republic every year. In June of last year, the Minister for Health, Stephen Donnelly, announced funding for a new Daisy Lodge Short Break Centre in Cong in County Mayo, and that's for children with cancer and for their families. This centre will welcome 30% of its visitors from Northern Ireland, just as our centre in County Down welcomes 30% of its visitors from the Republic. Cancer care should not be about politics. Decisions should be made on the basis of what is best for patients. And as you know, we have a tripartite partnership between the governments of Ireland and Northern Ireland and the National Cancer Institute in the United States. That partnership commits us to work together to reduce cancer incidence and mortality across the island of Ireland through cross-border and transatlantic collaborations in cancer research and in education. It's been pivotal in many of the positive steps that we've taken against cancer on this island over the last 20 years. Collaborative cancer research has doubled, delivering cancer clinic trials to over 35,000 patients north and south. We have the All-Ireland Cancer Consortium, who've established clinical trials infrastructure on this island, an All-Ireland Cancer Atlas, and the training of some 500 clinicians, healthcare professionals and scientists. Additionally, the consortium has funded fellowship programmes in cancer prevention and in health economics. There's also ongoing collaboration between the Northern Ireland Cancer Trials Network and Cancer Trials Ireland. This collaboration seeks to increase the number of cancer trials available across the island. Cancer research is also a key element where cross-border collaboration is vital. The Health Research Board in Ireland is partnering with the Health and Social Care Research and Development Division and the US National Institutes for Health to provide funding that is available to support cancer research. The recent All-Ireland Cancer Research Institute's paper, called A Landscape Review and Economic Potential of the Oncology and Allied Digital Health Sector on the island of Ireland, calls for us to build further on this north-south collaboration. Their proposed oncology innovation clusters would help bring together all of the key cancer research bodies in Northern Ireland and the Republic to consolidate knowledge, resources and infrastructure with the combined goal to find innovative approaches to gain better outcomes for patients here in Northern Ireland, on the island of Ireland and globally through their research. The All-Ireland Cancer Research Institute state the global oncology market is expected to reach $690.4 billion by the year 2032. Their advice is that research stakeholders in Northern Ireland and the Republic should work together alongside public bodies and industry to be a part of this growth. The Institute have conducted a comprehensive piece of research identifying all the key stakeholders in both jurisdictions. Now, of course, these proposals to bring together the major players in industry, academia and the public sector are not new. We have city deals seeking to deliver exactly that, and it is important we seek to use the leverage of those deals to bring about the greatest benefit for Northern Ireland. And I know my ministerial colleague, Conor Murphy, is fully aware of the potential economic benefits of having a thriving health industry operating here in Northern Ireland, and that organisations such as InvestNI and the Health Innovation Research Alliance in Northern Ireland are working hard to develop this sector. The economic benefits are important, of course, and will be of interest to all here today in the Assembly. However, my priority is to deliver the best health and social care outcomes for the citizens of this place. The research by the Institute emphasises the importance of population health and of well-being to the economy. It calls for increased investment in oncology research and innovation, regrettably though at a time when my research and development budget is fully committed and I'm facing calls to cut core health and social care services. Proposals such as this are timely, as we're all fully aware cancer services here are under enormous pressure. In the quarter ending December of 2023, 89% started treatment within 31 days of a decision to treat. The target, however, is 98%. 30% started treatment within 62 days of a referral, but the target there is 95%. And 52% of those referred on the breast pathways were seen within 14 days, but the target is 100%. So these figures are unacceptable, and they have been at unacceptable levels for too long. And there are many things that have caused this, including rising demand. For example, over the last 5 years, demand for chemotherapy has increased by 41%. The total number of first diagnosis cancer patients treated has increased by 25% in the last 10 years. But we've also been slow to transform and accept new ways of working. I do not underestimate the enormous pressure cancer staff and the wider HSC family are working under. However, despite their best efforts, many parts of the current system are not ready to deliver the cancer services that we will require in the next 5 to 10 years. So we must be proactive and ambitious in delivering the equitable and resilient cancer services that the people of Northern Ireland deserve. The cancer strategy, published in 2022 by the Department of Health, seeks to effect the transformational change needed to change the current way in which cancer is managed. This includes recognising the opportunities for collaboration across this island with Great Britain and further afield to deliver better cancer care, better research and innovation. Although the strategy is not fully funded, we're already starting to see the benefits. We have rapid diagnostic centres now delivering a vague symptom pathway across Northern Ireland. This is available for patients who have vague but worrying symptoms, typically those who would have ended up with a late diagnosis and consequently very poor outcomes. Northern Ireland was also the first part of the United Kingdom to commit to implementing an optimal care pathway for pancreatic cancer, and work is progressing well to implement this pathway. Reviews of hematological cancers and cancers affecting adolescents and young adults have also been completed, and recommendations are being implemented. A cancer research strategy, as Mrs. Dodds referred to, was a core commitment within the cancer strategy, and I assure the member it is currently under development. This will seek to establish the infrastructure required to support cancer research and innovation and translate this into improved outcomes for patients. A bench-to-bedside approach that focuses on what we need to address the biggest issues facing our cancer services. This will require additional investment, and for this reason I welcome the establishment of the All-Ireland Cancer Consortium's Research and Innovation Grant Scheme, which will provide vital funds to support cancer research and innovation to institutions across the island of Ireland. I also commend the All-Ireland Cancer Research Institute for the work it's done to bring together 10 universities across this island in a combined fight against cancer. The way in which healthcare is being delivered is continually changing, and we must be ready to test and adopt innovative ways to treat and support those who are impacted by cancer. New technologies, new medicines and new techniques provide opportunities to measurably improve cancer survival rates, while also significantly improving the quality of life for cancer patients. It's essential that we grasp these opportunities. Greater specialisation of cancer treatment also means it's increasingly important we adopt a collaborative approach to delivering cancer services with our nearest neighbours. We need to enhance collaboration both north and south, east and west, and globally. And this is particularly important for cancers which require specialist treatment that cannot be delivered in Northern Ireland, or for rare cancers where clinicians must have access to a larger population to develop and maintain the expertise to treat patients. Therefore, in answer to the motion, Deputy Speaker, I'm open to all discussions, ideas and proposals that enable us to deliver better cancer services for the people of Northern Ireland. Where collaboration with other jurisdictions can achieve this, we must, where possible, and on my watch, we will take those opportunities. Just to touch on a couple of the members' comments, Mr Donnelly talked about cooperation with the Minister from the Government of Ireland, Stephen Donnelly. I am scheduled to have a meeting with Mr Donnelly before the end of the month, and I very much look forward to that. I hear what Mr Dixon says in his assessment of the state of cooperation with the Republic. Could do better, I think, might be the summary of your remarks, and I very much will take that on board. And as for sharing the registry, yes, I think data is absolutely critical for improving how we deal with the health service. For better outcomes, we base it on data, remembering that behind every data set there's the human cost of some disease, be it cancer or whatever. And at that point, Deputy Speaker, I will bring my remarks to a close by once again thanking the mover of the motion and the amendment which we support.
Thank you, Minister, for that response. I now call on Alan Robinson to wind on the amendment. Mr Robinson, you have up to 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker. There were 22,600 deaths in Northern Ireland from cancer in the period 2017 to 2021, and according to Macmillan Cancer Support, cancer kills 167,000 people in the United Kingdom every year. And with 4,500 people per year with lung and breast cancers being the biggest killers, there is no doubt that we need to do better. As has been referred to, we have a current cancer strategy for Northern Ireland which was launched in 2022. That strategy is our roadmap, and it aims to place Northern Ireland at the forefront of world-class cancer prevention and treatment. Its 60 recommendations should be the bedrock of how we progress cancer diagnosis and treatment in the province. And there is no doubt that we must recognise that collaboration is key to unlocking further potential. By pulling resources and expertise across the British Isles, we can accelerate progress in cancer prevention, treatments and interventions, but you certainly can't restrict it to just one region. I want to thank my colleague, Deanne Dodds, for the amendment today. She spoke eloquently, as she always does, and I have to applaud her for her understanding of her health portfolio. I want to thank the many others who spoke in the debate today. Liz Kimmins, Tom Elliott, Stuart Dixon and the Minister all made reference to the North West Cancer Centre, and I want to thank the work that is going on in there. And in a twist of fate, I have a parent currently undergoing treatment in Galvin for cancer as I speak in this House today. I urge the Department to engage meaningfully with our counterparts across the British Isles, and I hope the outworking of our amendment, which widens the original motion, will explore opportunities for further cooperation in delivering groundbreaking research. Collectively, we can make strides in cancer care, improve patient outcomes to help build a healthier future. Thank you.
You and I call in Dillon to wind the debate on the motion, and you have up to 10 minutes.
Thank you, and I thank the Minister for coming here today. And I stand as one of the sponsors of this essential motion on cancer research, inspired by the recent report from the All-Ireland Cancer Research Institute. The motion underscores the critical need for greater cooperation in oncology research on the island of Ireland and highlights the potential benefits of developing oncology innovation clusters. It calls for the meaningful engagement between our Department of Health and its counterpart in Dublin. This collaboration aims to foster innovative research into cancer prevention, treatments and interventions. And we are all well aware of the financial constraints that our Health Department is having to work within, as was outlined by the Minister, and the challenges that he has. So we also need to use what we have to the greatest benefit of our people. By pooling resources and expertise across the island, we can significantly enhance our research capabilities. Themes 1 and 2 in our own cancer strategy would greatly benefit from collaborative working. Those themes engage prevention, diagnostics and treating cancer. And by working together, we can tackle cancer more effectively, benefiting all of our people. And at the end of the day, better outcomes, as the Minister has said. Those are his 3 words, and I think those are 3 good words to live your life by in this chamber. For people right across this island is what matters. Government ministers need to give leadership. We need to work together and support the professionals who are telling us that this will work and it will save lives. By establishing oncology innovation clusters, we can both attract domestic and international investment, driving forward groundbreaking research and bringing us closer to finding cures and better treatments for cancer. We have already seen this through the Shared Island funding. Greater cooperation can lead to standardised best practices, ensuring that all patients, regardless of their location, receive the highest quality of care. We have already seen the benefits of North-South collaboration on cancer research and cancer care, as has been outlined by a number of previous speakers. Many of us will have attended the launch of the Cancer Charities Coalition last week, and they made it clear that we need to do better for all of those who have cancer. And they are right, and they also highlighted the importance of collaborative working to ensure that we have better support and better outcomes for people. And I stand here today as someone who lost my mummy to stomach cancer. And unfortunately, by the time it was diagnosed, it was too late. And I know my story is one of so many, and that is displayed in this chamber here today. We heard from Stuart Dixon, thankfully a survivor and doing well, from Colin McGrath, who lost his daddy as a very young man, from my colleague Pat Sheehan, who had to deliver the devastating news to his little boy, who's now a grown man, but has never known life from that age with his mummy. And many others within this chamber. I know there are not many, and also pay tribute to Alan, and I hope that your parent does well. And it is down to the work that is being done that hopefully many of our family members, the people who we love and care about, will survive. So, as I say, I know my story is only one of many. So we must use our resources effectively and work together on an all-island basis to deliver research and innovative diagnosis and treatments so that other families, as I say, are luckier than mine, that they get the diagnosis and most effective treatment. We have a dedicated and talented pool of people doing amazing work in our universities, in our communities and in our hospitals, and we need to give them the support to deliver for our people. Without research, we wouldn't have the screening programmes that have saved so many, many lives. So I would like to highlight the 3 recommendations in the report: an all-island oncology innovation cluster, supportive infrastructure and funding for research and development. And I look forward to engaging with the Minister because, as he has said, there is a lot of good work going on, but we need to do more of it, we need to do it better, and we need to fund it. So I want to thank all of those who have contributed today. I don't think I need to go over everybody's points because I think we're very much on the same page. But I am going to thank Dion Dodds for referring to Macmillan, who are a vital, absolutely vital organisation in providing support to those who are suffering cancer and to their families who are trying to support them through it. And this Saturday on the 22nd of June, I am doing a marathon walk for Macmillan, 26 miles, and I'm happy for anybody to sponsor me. But I'm doing it along with hundreds and hundreds of other people, and some of those will be patients who are perhaps currently undergoing cancer treatment. They will be survivors and they will be families. So, yeah.
For giving way, do you have a Just Giving page?
I put it up again this evening on my Facebook page, but yes, I absolutely will. This is a vital organisation. They need our support, but we also need to support them. So I think that it is important to point that out. And lastly, I'd just like to mention, as the chairperson of our Health Committee outlined, the Health Committee will be jointly with the Oireachtas Health Committee going to the Patrick Johnson Cancer Research Centre in Queen's University. And I think that we will see firsthand on that visit the work that is being done. There was a fantastic event held here last year by Cancer Research, and it showed some of the work that's going on around diagnostics and screening programmes and all of the amazing stuff that they're doing. And we just need to make sure that we work hard together to be able to actually implement those screening programmes, to target them to where they're needed, and then to be able to have the diagnostics and the hopefully treatments and cures for those people who may unfortunately be our future sufferers of cancer. And I think just to finally point out, it's prevention that we really need to be looking at, and research will also help us in that theme. So thank you very much, and I thank you for the support for this motion and for the amendment.
And thank you for winding on that debate. Members, the question is that the amendment standing in the name of Diane Dodds and Alan Robinson be made. All those in favour say aye. Aye. Contrary, no. The ayes have it. The ayes have it. The amendment is made. The question is, members, that the motion as amended be agreed. All those in favour say aye. Aye. Contrary, no. The ayes have it. The ayes have it. Members, item 7 on the order paper, the adjournment. The question is that the Assembly do now adjourn. The Assembly is adjourned.
Assembly Chamber. Sound. 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 Assembly Chamber. Sound.